There's
you.
no hospital beds. We're starting to lose a lot more people, even young people on the reservation, which is where my husband got it. You know, here people wear masks and stuff if they go to the store, but if you go to your relative's house, you don't think about that, you know? So that's how it got brought to our house was through relatives on the res, you know, who then got sick a couple days after he was there, and of course they didn't know he had it either. So yes, okay, that's fine. Let me mute then. Can you mute me or should I mute me? Okay, all right, I'll do so.
Should we all mute? Okay. So I just have one question. Um, can you see my PowerPoint? Like, I'm not sure which one I go to. Just my one on slide at the top. Yeah. Play from current slide. Yeah. That. Okay. Okay. So I'll escape for now. Okay. Good.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Check. Hello. Hello. Is this okay? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, good morning, ladies. It's Cam Alexis here. I'm going to be co-chairing with my colleague Ron Lehman. Fiance Anin Miwasin Aboshtit. Okay, so copy. Denitha. And thank you. So we're going to get started for sake of time. I want to thank the ladies on the screens for joining us, and just mute yourselves. And if there's a question from yourselves, just unmute yourselves, and then we'll go from there. I want to thank all of you for taking the time to participate and join us. Welcome to the TCVI's Forum on Traditional Knowledge, Community Emergency Preparedness, Natural Disasters, Vulnerability, and Resilience. And it's quite loaded, but it all intertwines at the end of the day. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the Elders Watchmaker, for their pipe ceremony this morning. We did start off with a pipe ceremony because we are talking about sensitive cultural and spirituality teachings, if you will. And so that's very important to all of us. I want to thank all of you for being here. And I want to thank the Cold Lake First Nations for allowing us to be in their beautiful facilities. I want to thank the chiefs that are in attendance as well. It's great to see you all here. And just to let everybody know, we had to limit this forum to 40. Initially, when we had it in before the COVID, as the planning was being prepared by Crystal Lehman, who's our lead here, and Josh Alexis, we were actually up to, I think, over 150 people, I think, but we had to, because of the situation, we had to cut down. And the hotel, respectfully, we have to respect them. They had to allow 40 people in the room, and that's where we had to stop. Everybody else is on live stream. So I want to welcome the citizens of the Six Nations of TCVI that are on live stream, as well as other guests from Treaty 678 and other nations or tribal councils. So thank you very much for joining us. And I hope today will be very informative. I know we have given protocol to the elders, and they, as they wish, will share their oral testimonies, I guess, if you will, and what they want to share. I want to thank all the speakers that have agreed to share their presentations with us. And so with that, the speakers that we're going to have today, of course, just to make sure we have everybody is, of course, Dr. Priscilla Settee, who's there, Dr. Timothy Clark, who is with us here, actually, in this room. Thank you, Dr. Clark, for joining us here, right here. Laura Lyons, Andrea Carmen. Of course, we know Andrea from the past. Nice to see you again. And Francois Paulette. And Francois will be speaking last, and it's because he had a death in the family, and he could not speak until this afternoon. So he still agreed to come and speak on his world view and world knowledge. It's great to see that. So, so the objectives, as you know, on the forum is to assist in the traditional knowledge and traditional and ecological knowledge data collection required to support, we put TCVI nations, but all nations that are participating, in community emergency management, mitigation, and preparedness efforts, capturing traditional, ecological, and historical knowledge for emergency preparedness and climate change grounded in inherent treaty and inherent rights lens. In other words, the lens in which we see the world. It's very important to capture that, especially today. There's always got to be a balance. That's the way we see it. We have to work together and create a balance that works for everybody. And on that note, I will turn it over to my co-chair, who will also provide his updates. But ladies, gentlemen, elders, colleagues, leaders, members on the call, this is a very important topic. It has been a very important topic for the day the settlers came onto Turtle Island. But it's more important ever so now with climate change. Yes, there are some people that will deny there is climate change. However, the fact remains that there is climate change. It's very evident. And the elders have repeatedly told us that. And how do we work within the climate change realm? How do we work together with industry? How do we work together as nation to nation as we progress in this new era, so to speak? Especially right now, which I touched on it, which is the COVID pandemic globally. It is affecting all of us. It has changed the way we do business today. And the elders, they have knowledge on how to prepare for these things. But has it been, let's be upfront, has there been protocol by the governments to ask for the elders' assistance? I don't know. Meaning the provincial government, federal government, the municipal government, even in the international realm, when you think about it very quickly. Here in Alberta, we have a lot of issues, not limited to, of course. Internationally, of course, we do have other issues too, but I'll just drill down real quick to Alberta to respect Treaty 6, 7, and 8. And some of these things I will speak about is my personal opinion as well, I guess. And I have to be upfront about that because I'm in public domain here. We've, as a former chief as well, and we had these concerns, and I know the chiefs currently have these concerns, and how do you balance it? The point is, in Alberta, and also Canada as a whole, I'll just start with the watersheds. Several years ago, the watersheds were diluted to provincial control by the federal government. Here in Alberta, the only watersheds that are protected federally is the Athabasca River and the North Saskatchewan River. All the rest of the lakes, rivers, tributaries are no longer federally protected. And was the nations consulted? They will suggest they did, perhaps because they went on Monkey, and they did all their live consultation, as they call it, or engagement, whatever buzzword they want to use. But the point is, in my observations, there was never anything finished there. But nonetheless, that is one issue that I'll touch on when we talk about the environment. So in Alberta, you only have two federally protected watersheds, which is the Athabasca and the North Saskatchewan River. The rivers, lakes right around your nations, the Alberta government says that's their domain. So that's just one issue, not limited to, like I said, of course. And of course, here in Alberta, I'll just drill down to land sales. Land sales every year that takes place in Calgary. So the provincial government every year sells land to industry, to municipalities. Municipalities then turn around and sell it to the farmers. Farmers then they take the raw boreal forest land, log it, drill it down, whatever they do, and then now it becomes farmland. So the logs are gone, the water is perhaps altered, and where is the ungulates, the animals, the birds, where are they supposed to feed? And that's what we, the First Nations, Indigenous people, eat to sustain life and to respect the treaties of fish hunting, fishing, and trapping. So when you start to dilute all those lands, Moya, not much land left to do anything with anymore. So that happens all the time. And most recently, of course, is the issues on the multiple policy and legislative changes that have occurred in the province of Alberta. And there are several, but I'll just use a couple of real quick examples. With the present UCP government, you have the grazing land, the grazing pastures. The act has been amended. So now some of the trappers, and we have some trappers that are concerned, that they no longer may not be allowed to hunt, fish, and trap in those grazing pastures that are still Crown land. So there's issues there. The chiefs have raised that concern. Bill 1, the chiefs have raised that concern as well because, yes, it's to do with protesters, but at the same time, it's on the Crown lands. In other words, if there's an oil battery or a gas facility on Crown lands, and industry puts a gate there, and the trapper or the hunter wants to go in there, and if they open that gate, they're trespassing. They will be charged, they'll be convicted, perhaps, and that's the issue. They can no longer go in there without permission of the industry groups, and yet it's Crown land. So who's going to protect that land environmentally if we can't go in there? So those are some of the things that I want to touch on. Of course, the last piece is the mining. They're now going to open up mining in Alberta, and again, where we, the First Nations, the treaty people, consulted on these matters. So those are some of the issues, but not limited to, of course. So we need to talk about these things and how do we get immersed in this? How do we get involved in this? There is supposed to be a federally and internationally acknowledged process, but is it followed, or is it just a paper trail to satisfy themselves in the court of law? So those are the things that happen, and I know from our side of the fence, we have to be at those doors. If we don't, then who's going to protect Mother Earth if we don't? So those are just some of the things I want to start with, and I will now turn it over to my colleague, and thank you very much, and I hope you get a lot from the presenters who are experts and acumen in their fields. Hi, Miwasan. Thank you.
Hi. Nigan kahkiok tatam skat nao. Nanas kumono mota ma montuak. Wawi skioki te kapito te minus kai sinok. Mia siki we kapasugona ki gugota. Kauyesta tsugoma ma monton. Mina kahkion tatam skoge ya kawi big squat goak. Wio au ski tamau na yaok higi ksnohmaksitsik yogutuaki weo moche tanske snagatoki ki gawi noski. Good morning. Just wanted to use one of the languages of this place, Treaty 6 territory, the Cree language, and here where I'm standing today is Dene territory, and I respect that. My wife is Dene. I can't speak it yet, but I respect the Cold Lake First Nations for hosting this very important meeting. And I was also saying hi to the elders that are here and some of the knowledge keepers, and very thankful we could have this kind of a meeting, not only here, but being live streamed and on Zoom. So it's a wonder some of the things that we can do today and not even leave our homes. But for us that took the chance to be here, I think we're in for a real good treat here with the people that have schooled themselves and trained in this type of management of our traditional economic or ecological data and the traditional knowledge. So I won't take too long. I know we're just a little bit behind, but Chief Watchmaker is here, so he's going to be doing an opening comment here. He's the chair of the Tribal Chiefs Ventures and Tribal Chiefs Association. So I'm just going to say a little bit in Cree on this, what Cam was referring to as far as the objectives that we have here today. Eugoma iwihaya itagwe asvimotago ego mota kapituhti wawiskihtia kispinaya kiwei knohtia wihtamonan nie nanoma umuta kama monto ya komuta mina wiwitma inite msuitio se sinogo min tuhtahke minaya iktapahtakik mina mtun mama tao no skagi wahaya ki we ikaskihtat wapsku yaso ka isino ka piksku hat wayo chitaskutu gotas skoak ka wapma ke kawi pikskwat gwa ke maga ki wauma yaspimotago yakoma mamo eugoma kiano into isino tansi sektapahtamah ki we wawista gap muhti yakoma miwats I haimak I naihtawak ki we ihtaugen we akoma agamaskik nanto I piuhtuhtima gakoma aksonoma michita isino ya ka asegam sonachihot mina kiapetsoma wawisote agam te paskane ka kohkoma gannog tu temnog mstahaya we on otsea I haimih ko chigoma akson kamamo kamato ya komuta tanse mamo kagisaya we ihtama pukisihtamak tanske swaskawito tamaki wayoma wawis hai makom ga taugen goya ki we yogo makson ga muhtimaga kwa kaktapahtamaka kyogi we tansi if mis paig me watso muta kiano ngota sigo gota skungana tansiga gis miu paiki we ngat pahaga na puit we utahoma tahkamio sai kane auyak nagachi tauki we papa kom sisa apuchi minaya ka music nosioak minopmi kamamo mamosta ya kaya skihtamaan tansiga gisa we chiso ya koma ego minaya ego maki we tansigiano iswapatama ka gihmiopai gata muito awe ha ki wasuskats puguiti ga pamakam ksia taskuto matpas kano te apitagis kata ho te agam te paskanik migats paihat te muisuskats itita kai sino kagi asoham ne piwai nui ne eksego ne sapkis kauga muinanto gihtuhtan eguto akiwe magaya muimstayo ang pikskwana just sharing a little bit in Cree with regard to what's expected what are the objectives of this meeting here. I know that Cam already went ahead and did a very good job in English, and just wanted to share a little bit in Cree, and also with when you speak one of our languages, the way that you describe like Zoom, it's not that easy, and how you describe like live streaming. The way you say it in our language, it's almost like a magical ability that we have to communicate with people in all parts of the world, and be able to actually see them like these ladies up on the screen that we listened to just a while ago and that we're going to be listening to today. So I just wanted to share that with you, and I'm really glad to be here. My name is Ron Lehman, and it's an honor to be asked to help out in such a worthwhile cause here. And I thank TCVI, and so I'm going to turn it back over to Cam, and he'll introduce our first presenter. Cam?
Before we do that, we get to ask the Chief Vern Washington to come up to say a few words on behalf of TCVI Nations, and then we'll continue on. We're right on time, not to worry. Thank you, Chief. Go on, sit.
All right, thank you, Cam and Ron. First of all, niga nanas ka mau mau tau I mau semina katakisga ma mawiguya. Nanas kup na wow. I greet all of you here today, especially the ones that are joining us on live stream. I greet you here as well. I'd like to welcome all the guests and the speakers that are here today to the Treaty 6 traditional territory, Cree and Dene Siouxland. I guess I'll make my comments short and brief. I'm glad to be here today, especially tribal chiefs hosting this very unique workshop. And it's something that we never really talk about until it happens. Nobody ever predicted that we're going to be in the middle of a pandemic. But we always talked about it. The elders always talked about it, you know, foreseeing these things coming. So there was some, I guess, some foresight telling us young people to be prepared for these things coming. You never know about these natural disasters. Driving in, I heard Alaska had an earthquake, 7.8. You know, myself, me and my father were in Alaska in 2015. And we went there for a traditional food symposium. And we set up the teepee there. They never had a teepee set up in their area. So a lot of people really liked that. They asked us how we brought the teepee poles, how we put them on the airplane. But the people there were very gracious. They got us, they did the teepee poles for us. But with you know, with this traditional knowledge, it's very important to know and to learn. I think the most important thing to do as a young person is to listen. You know, to sit and listen to the elders when they're speaking of what they know. And that's the traditional way of passing on the knowledge. Not so much through the papers and books, now it is today. But it does, unfortunately, happen today where we have to pass on knowledge in that manner. There is a lot of information that we need to start collecting. And traditional knowledge, like I said, that's the thing we need to know more about from the elders. What's important to transfer through data collection? What can we do? What can we pass on through data collection? The proper procedures, or the proper way of doing it. I'll say protocol, because that's what it is. But I guess this emergency preparedness, like I said, we can never be well enough prepared. All of us have felt it in the last 4 months. I don't know if you noticed it, but I have, of people, being forced to stay home, people being forced to be isolated. And our people are not like that, to be isolated. We have a big kinship relations where we like to visit each other face to face. But with that, I just want to thank, on behalf of tribal chiefs, Crystal and her team, and Ron and Cam, and also recognizing the chiefs here, and also not to forget, the pipe was lifted today, very important. And that's how we always start things in the meetings, especially important things you want to, I guess, pursue. Pipe is what we put in front of us. But with that, there's a long agenda, and I won't take too much time. And I just want to thank everybody for coming, and hopefully we have good discussions here today, and we take something good away from here. Hi, nanaskuntin.
Thank you, Chief, and I want to acknowledge the chiefs in the room as well. Chief Greg Digley, Frog Lake, Chief Roger Martin from Coal Lake as well. So through the sessions here, this is going to be interactive. So at any point after the presentations, you want to ask questions, we implore you to do so. And if you want to offer your comments as well, elders, members of the gallery, please do so, because we offer that as our request to all of you. So we'll get right into this. I know we seem to have some little bit of logistical problems, but so I guess I got to filibuster just a touch. Hang on, I'm just kidding. So with that, I also want to acknowledge humbly, in my view, Ron Lehman, who's been with the Confederacy for years, doing some excellent work, but most importantly, he has spent equal time at the United Nations with Dr. Wilton Littlechild. And just recently, of course, Ron was nominated on a few committees internationally as well at the UN. And it's great to see that his work, his dedication to it has been recognized. And I'm sure he will add some testimonials as we go through the day on the world view, perhaps on that. Him and Andrea Carmen have been at this for, I would say, maybe 35 years and over, Ron. I was still trying to grow up at that time, but anyways, thank you for all that. So the one thing, elders, just recently too, in the past several years, and that was through the Liberal government of the day, they did state that they will recognize nationally oral testimony of elders. And that was great to hear that, because now that is recognized, rather than just putting it on paper. Oral testimony is highly recognized in the scientific field, which is great. So I will speak on, I'll do the introduction of Dr. Priscilla Settee. I want to thank her for taking the time to be with us. Dr. Priscilla Settee is a member of the Cumberland House Swampy Creek First Nations and a professor of Indigenous Studies, where she teaches courses on Indigenous food sovereignty and Indigenous social economics. Settee is adjunct professor at the National Resources Institute at the University of Manitoba, where she with students on Indigenous food sovereignty. She has won recognition nationally for her work on Indigenous knowledge systems, spans several continents, including North, Central, South America, Africa, India, and Asia, and the Pacific. In 2008, Settee was awarded a Global Citizens Award by Saskatchewan Council of International Cooperation and was twice nominated for Teaching Excellence, awarded by her students. In 2012, Seti received the University of Saskatchewan Provost Award for Teaching Excellence in Aboriginal Education. In 2013, she was awarded the Queen's Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Award for contributions to Canada, and she also is an author of several books as well. And so with that, are we ready to turn the mic over to Dr. Seti? Yes? So doctor, can you hear us? So that's the one thing about the Zoom meetings, eh? It's not Zoom. There are glitches in the field, and we're learning that as we progress. I wanted to maybe touch on I did touch on it very quickly, but I really want to maybe drill down just a touch on the boreal forest. You know, the boreal forest is second to the rainforest in the world, but yet the boreal forest is being cut down rapidly in Canada. And I think we need to slow that down just a little bit. Don't we respect industry? We respect the farmers in the agriculture field? Yes, we do, but we got to find a balance. That's what we're saying. You can grow all the produce you want, which is great, but at the same time, the boreal forest has natural healing remedies that the elders rely on as well, but also the world. It's not just North America. And in those places, the elders also gather herbs. And when the chief touched on the emergency pandemic preparations, well, the gathering of our herbs is preparation. And if the plants that we use aren't growing where they're supposed to, then what are we supposed to look after ourselves with? You know, those are some of the things that we wanted to touch on today as well. And I'm reminded that some of the staff will be helping out with some of the elders with their surveys. If you want to add some stuff on paper on your thoughts as well. So, give me a nod, please. Are we? Look. She was on, and we lost her again. Maybe is she on mute herself at her end? Maybe at her end, did she unmute herself? Yep. Check. Can you hear us, doctor? Hello, Dr. Seti. Can you hear us? We did hear her. Maybe she needs to speak. I can hear her.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Now you can speak. Hurry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Just tell her to speak. We can hear her. Yes, we can hear you. Speak. Going again?
Can you see this?
Oh, we can hear you. We can hear you.
I did the same as you told me the first time you saw this presentation, so I don't know what else to do. Am I to start the talk now?
Yes. Please tell her to
Because I can just go ahead without
Yes.
sharing the screen, but that's
Yes.
terrible.
Go ahead, please. Speak. No, what I'm saying is just tell her to speak because we can hear her.
Share screen is on, and I don't know. Do you see it now?
Yes. She can't hear me, so I can't.
Do you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah? No?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Shall I get started?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, hello everybody, Danse. I don't know if I was introduced or not, but I will start my presentation, and it's called Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Resistance, Solving the Development Crises of Capitalism. So, by way of introduction and by way of my frame of reference, I'm a Swampy Cree First Nations woman that comes from a land-based family livelihood, which is currently under threat, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that in my presentation through my research with the David Suzuki Foundation. I'm a professor from the Department of Indigenous Studies at the University of Saskatchewan, and my research, writing, teaching focuses largely on Indigenous food systems and socio-economic development, so social economies. Some of my volunteer board membership includes with Seed Save Canada, and it's a huge international partly government-funded organization that assists small farmers and Indigenous farmers throughout the globe, primarily around seed saving and food production. I'm also a member of the San Francisco-based Cultural Conservancy, and similarly, we support largely land-based, often women-led sustainable development projects. So we do a fair amount of fundraising. This year we've purchased and are in the process of setting up a land-based organization just outside of San Francisco. I'm also a member of the Indigenous Climate Action organization as an advisor, particularly around the topic of Indigenous food sovereignty. And I serve as an adjunct professor at the Natural Resources Institute at the University of Manitoba, where I supervise graduate students, mostly around Indigenous food sovereignty. And we have students from all across Canada and throughout the world doing really interesting work about the revitalization and the recognition of Indigenous food systems throughout the globe and here in Canada. This year, I am just completing my David Suzuki Fellowship, which focuses on the impact of climate change on trappers' economies. And I'm going to say a little more about that in my presentation. I've mostly focused on my own community of Cumberland House, Saskatchewan, but through the process and prior to COVID, I also visited 2 other communities that invited me in to talk about or to listen to their concerns around climate change and the expansion of the oil industry in their community. Finally, or not so finally, but I'm a fabric artist and I do traditional Cree art forms with a contemporary focus on preserving biodiversity and knowledge. As we've seen with this generation, art forms have an amazing capacity to represent communities and to create social change, not only among people my age, but definitely among the youth. And I am kokam, or grandmother, to two small girls, which is kind of the focus of my life these days. So here in the picture, you see my community of Cumberland House, and this was taken a couple of days ago, and you can see the, what do you call that, when the comet in the background. It was really clear. We had a better picture of it, but it didn't show the lake. So this is a community that is called the oldest community by settlement standards in the province. And it is up the northeast side of our province. And I'll say more about my community when I get into my research. So I'm not here to tell any community what to do. I want to put that out there. What I do have the privilege of working at is to make connections and linkages with some really inspiring people, including my sister, who will speak later, through her organization. So, you know, we stand on the shoulders of great ones, and we are absolutely inspired by the resistance and the rebuilding and, you know, addressing of problems of our various communities. So my research has taken me to different regions of the world, in South Africa, South America, the Philippines, the South Pacific, including Vanuatu, Hawaii, Peru, Bolivia, India, Asia, where I've been involved with scholarly and community-based movements, which really drives a lot of my writing in that, my scholarly work in that area. So out of, from 2013, my second book called Imatsuwin, which for the Cree speakers understand that this is the good life. And here we did a comparison of global Indigenous knowledge systems. And some of that work involved looking at the knowledge systems of Indigenous Africans in South Africa and how they are transforming community to really represent the knowledge of their tribal nations. It also includes the Pacific region, Hawaii, Vanuatu, and of course, my own community in the north here in Saskatchewan. In 2014, my first book, Takimemok, which again, the Cree speakers will understand that this represents persistence or the strength of women to really rise to the occasion and take leadership in very, very interesting and creative ways. And this is, again, a compilation of 15 women's stories that I worked with over the past 3 decades and their role in community that is often unrecognized. So it went into its second printing in 2014, and I think it was first written or published in 2011. And then today, our latest book on Indigenous food systems, which I co-edited with my colleague, Dr. Shailesh Shukla, who's originally from Bangladesh and has a young man with immense research and documentation experiences with his people in Bangladesh, but also throughout northern Manitoba, where I am today. So, by way of information, the 2018 Living Planet report reports that global wildlife population have fallen by 60% in the last 4 decades. And in Canada, mammal populations have dropped by 43%. Amphibian and reptile populations have dropped by 34%. Fish populations have dropped by 20%, and some types of birds have lost between 43 and 69% of their populations. So in our estimates, that's approximately 200 species that are being lost per day. And in the very not so distant past, we have lost 1 million species. And of course, this number is always changing daily, but 1 million species. And, you know, I only cite the Living Planet report to iterate what our people are telling us from the field, what Indigenous people have been, you know, really talking about for quite a while. Okay, it's not letting me, okay. So here's a picture of clear cuts just to the north of where I live. And in the picture you see Sylvia McAdam's father, who's now deceased, but he's staring out at his trap line. And, you know, I remember when Sylvia first posted this picture, and you will recall that Sylvia McAdam was one of the 3 women that established Idle No More back in, I think it was 2013. And he was devastated when he stared out at his trap line. Of course, he was unable to do any trapping in this mess. And on the left is an aerial view at the top of the clear cuts. And then below is Sylvia standing with some of the pillaging wood that was clear cut from her land. And this woman had been threatened by, of course, loggers, and she had bullet shot through signs where she had put up a Treaty 6 sign. So, you know, we're really worried for her safety. And it shouldn't be that, but just to give you. So again, to iterate what we are saying, what our people are saying about the land, more than 15,000 scientists from 184 countries have issued this warning that humankind must take immediate action to reverse the effects of climate change, deforestation, and species extinction before it's too late. And this warning was issued by the Alliance of World Scientists and published in the journal Bioscience, and comes on the 25th anniversary of a similar warning from the Union of Concerned Scientists that was titled World Scientists Warning to Humanity. The new letter, however, has 10 times as many scientists endorsing it. From my university, School of Environment and Sustainability, Dr. David Suzuki's keynote address on climate change has described that humanity may last to 2100, that by 2050, we may see half of the world's population disappear. And this is really chilling when we think of that it's not very far down the road. We also know that on the land, Indigenous land protectors are being killed. And I'm going to get a bit into that number. It's actual genocide, people being murdered for standing up for the land. But I want to talk about a research paper that I did for the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations back in 2018, which preceded my David Suzuki trapping research. So in 2018, Maskigi Mitsoen, which means medicine food, I did the FSIN Food Security Report, in which I interviewed 3 separate groups, including the Northern Saskatchewan Trappers Association, where I attended their annual meeting and was able to interview approximately 40 trappers. And the outcome of the report was that, the essence of the report was that it has the struggle for land and freedom of its core, referring of course to food sovereignty, food security. As the largest contributors to the world's food origins, Indigenous peoples are pushing back against powerful forces that have everything to do with intellectual property rights, land rights, and basic survival. As this and other studies have shown, environmental degradation is a powerful force in First Nations lives and fundamentally impacts what it is to be Indigenous. It has meant for us poisoned environments and eventual loss of access to safe traditional foods. And again, I lean on the work of Andrea Carmen and her organization, who back in the mid-2000s, were involved with the Declaration of Atitlan that came out of Guatemala and really clearly, succinctly laid out the reasons for Indigenous food security within a global framework, which was really inspiring, and I use that information for my teaching every year. And here's a copy of the report, Maskigi Mitsuen Medicine Food, and it's available online. So the powerful message of this study is that while communities suffer, Indigenous knowledge is very much alive and has the power and capability to influence and reverse the trend of a suffering world. Indeed, it is this dearth of knowledge and value systems built on Wahutowin, Wet'suwet'en, and Damatsuin, and others that will save the suffering of a world taxed and stressed almost beyond no return. To ensure the continuity of that knowledge and to grow hope in communities, First Nations need to take bold action to ensure our future. So I do focus a lot on food systems because to me it's a metaphor, or it's a very real example of life out there, of the issue of sovereignty. So we live with what is currently known as industrialized food and global de-agriculturalization. Industrial agriculture refers to a system of food production and distribution dependent on fossil fuel inputs such as fertilizers, pesticides, machinery, and gasoline. It is also characterized by the replacement of labor or farmers, Indigenous farmers, with capital-intensive production and distribution technology for mass production. So in essence, it takes the sovereignty away from the original food producers and puts it in the hands of the corporate agribusiness projects. And this has not been, we have not sat by and idly watched this happen. But a broader examination of industrial agriculture reveal large economic costs, known as externalities, are frequently ignored by economists who tend to focus on a narrow range of variables to interpret efficiency and economies of scale. The rapid emergence of environmental and public health costs, as we have seen with the case of COVID, particularly in the livestock sector, have revealed the weaknesses of traditional economic analysis that permit us and encourage us to look at alternative models of development, which we are currently in. It has also led to a resurgence of Indigenous food systems knowledge, practices, sovereignty movements, globally, worldwide, largely led by women, all based on traditional knowledge. And here's a picture of my latest book, a co-edited book on Indigenous food system. And this book documents 12 stories across Canada, including an analysis of climate change on traditional foods. And I think it's the first of its kind, and it's been greatly received and welcomed by people who teach in the academy, but also it's not just an academic exercise. It really celebrates the work that's currently going on across Canada around the regeneration and resurgence of Indigenous food projects. So globally, most people know that over 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity is found within Indigenous peoples' lands and territories, and that we represent approximately 350 to 400 million peoples in the world and make up approximately 90% of the world's cultural diversity, as taken from the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Our knowledge is absolutely essential, as we are the unrecognized growers and cultivators of most of the world's foods. But today, our communities are plagued by food-related illnesses in both urban and rural communities. So food insecurity has led to a massive global food sovereignty resurgence, led largely by women, which then took me to my David Suzuki research in 3 northern communities after the policy paper that was done for the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. So I'm just in the writing stage of my research, but I'll just describe it briefly. And that is to say that I was in 3 communities, but I mostly focused on my own of Cumberland House. And in the 40s, my community was impacted by a huge dam that was put about an hour south of our community. And our community was among one of the most lucrative traditional economy communities, in the sense that it had large animals in abundance. We had many gardens, there was lots of traditional foods available. But when the dam came in, it was very reflective of a lot of the types of Western development that comes in and impacts our communities. It dried up the delta, a lot of the game, the waterfowl went elsewhere. Some of the large animals started migrating south. And our community, one year when I was teaching in the high school up there, we had 18 attempted suicides because of the loss of, the traditional economy. And, this is a story that is replicated throughout many of our northern communities where our youths are taking their lives in, epidemic rates. So I want to talk a little bit about the importance of delivering our messages as a means of developing alliances to some of the great work that's being done internationally, and the importance of my own field of teaching and research and networking, and to understand that climate change as a result of energy policies that depend on fossil fuel production, such as Alberta is experiencing today, and we are as well through the northwest part of our province. We're also talking about risk assessment policies that don't protect Indigenous lands and resources and environmental health, and the impacts on how economic globalization, regional, bilateral, and global trading mechanisms, such as the global free trade agreements, are really, really having impacts. And, up till about 10 years ago, I would say that we didn't, as treaty people, give a lot of thought to how these global agreements would impact our communities. But here, we live with the impact of water that's been put up for sale to the US through the free trade agreement, genetically modified crops that are being sold to and forced on countries in Africa, but also opening up to Europe. And, my concern as a scholar, academic, someone who did her research in agriculture and the impact of biotechnology on our foods, that a lot of this research is not transparent. A lot of it is producing foods that are genetically modified with no labeling. And that should not be, because the research is not there to say whether these foods are safe or not. So this is another whole issue which I don't have time to spend a lot of time on, but I know that my colleagues are working on that and other issues. So, international trade agreements and human rights abrogation. So nation-state governments' policies and international trade agreements intentionally undermine the rights of Indigenous peoples. Protection of treaty territories, land, air, and water, biodiversity, food, and sacred sites. It's been met by a massive pushback strategy made up of youth, Indigenous peoples, civil society, trade unions, and academics. So we represent the last generation, I believe, to get it right. But at the same time, when we talk about all the negatives of Western development, there is a need for hope and reconstruction at the same time to recognize the genocide that is taking place on our lands. So Global Witness, which is an international organization, tells us that people are being murdered on their lands. And we, of course, know that too by the work that Andrea Carmen does in her work with her organization. But the number of killings by sectors are on the screen here. And the biggest troublemakers are mining and extractives. And we see that a lot here in northern Saskatchewan and Alberta. Agribusiness, which is probably the single most responsible for, or next responsible for killings. Water and dams, logging, poaching, fishing, wind power, and other. So every day or it seems every week we are told about the murder of Indigenous people and land rights activists. So this is a serious business. And in the late 70s, when I lived in Latin America, I bore witness to a lot of the murders that were taking place of land rights Indigenous people in Colombia and throughout all of Latin America. So it's important to understand and know and be familiar with grassroots responses. And here, the right to food and food security, energy, and water is just one of many. The reclamation of traditional values, rebuilding strong communities, and putting women and children at the center of development. So in my other work, I have also taught Indigenous women's courses and always stress to our leaders, well, there are more women, being recognized in leadership positions. But if you put women and children at the center of development, which really calls for a new model of development, then you're going to be assured of the safety and security of all community members. And the importance that it is important to challenge the lawbreakers, the natural lawbreakers. And I want to just mention in Northern Alberta, this case, a lesson in resistance by others, not just Indigenous people, because we know that, there's been some resistance in the North, certainly a questioning of the route of development. But recent rural municipalities recently revealed that energy companies owe a total of $173 million in unpaid property taxes. And many of the landowners feel that they're getting the short end of the stick. There are concerns about poor regulation of well cleanup and abandoned equipment. And I forget right now how many hundreds of orphaned oil wells that are really, a health hazard in Northern Alberta. Most of Alberta's roughly 400,000 wells are on private property. And one way landowners can hold companies accountable is by terminating a company's lease if it hasn't paid its taxes, a clause many landowners didn't realize is baked in their leases. So one of the things that they did, I think it was last month, is a call for direct action against companies by the Action Service Rights Association, which asked farmers and ranchers to close valves and cut off power to energy company sites. And the Alberta Energy Regulator, this province, responded to that call for action by warning that any interference with infrastructure could lead to criminalized charges. So basically, similarly to what is happening in Indigenous communities, is a criminalization of people who are standing up for the planet's health. The AER has also been collecting a lower security deposit from some companies than is required for future cleanup. So I think it's safe to say that Alberta has a fairly large problem with the cleanup and the environmental degradation. I want to spend a few moments now on water as life is life. And I want to comment specifically in Canada, where there have been, up until 2 years ago, 163 boil water advisories in a number of First Nations communities. And water, the UN in 2015 reported that the demand for water will increase by 55% over the next 15 years. By that time, global water resources will meet only 60% of the world's demand. As of winter 2016, 163 drinking water advisories were in place in 119 First Nations in Canada. So imagine the story of the woman who could only bath her little child that had massive lesions that were bleeding and oozing pus. The only way she could bath her child was with bottled water. And imagine what's happening with the COVID, where we're told to wash our hands every time we come into contact with someone or something that we hadn't been in contact before. And so, it's absolute water crises in some of our communities in such a wealthy country like that. Now, we're aware that the Liberal government has changed these statistics slightly, so that I think it's now boil water advisory in 140 approximately communities. But really, what we need is a strong national plan of action based on a new water ethic that puts water protection and water justice at the heart of all our policies and laws. And when will we see that? Well, we don't know. But this last Tuesday, a Manitoba Court of Queen's Bench ruling has opened the door for a class action lawsuit over a lack of safe drinking water on First Nations. Chief Justice Joyal ruled on July 14, 2020, that a lawsuit filed by Chief Doreen Spence of the Tatasqueyak Cree Nation in 2019 is now certified as a class action, which means that any First Nation that is impacted by drinking water advisories may join the lawsuit. So this is great news, because we have been able to gain some reprieve from the residential school impact of our communities through a class action. But it's always a big struggle, but we're good at it, so that's good for us. At the center of all of it is Indigenous sovereignty, which is currently at the forefront of protecting the rights to a clean environment for Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. The recent Dakota Pipeline decision is part of a broader movement for decolonization that seeks to restore land back to Indigenous people and implement a much more comprehensive framework for environmental justice. So I just want to speak on briefly on Indigenous sovereignty, self-determination principles, because as we're aware, development doesn't hardly ever recognize these principles. And without sovereignty in areas of, say, food, we really don't have sovereignty. Without sovereignty in areas of land, the same thing. So these focus on development for the people, by the people. it values people, it localizes development systems, it puts control locally, not in some boardroom in New York or Toronto, but really pays attention to the needs of communities that are being impacted. It builds knowledge and skills so that the youth and the upcoming generations have the knowledge of their history and skills to be good warriors for their communities. And finally, it works with nature. So if development is not good at respecting nature, we really, really need to rethink it. So I'm going to close my talk with a couple of samples of Indigenous run and operated organizations that have really inspired me and hundreds of communities across Canada and the United States. And again, these came out of a system of struggle. And the first one I'm going to talk about is Aki Energy Enterprises. And if you Google Aki, which means land, Aski in our language, Aki in Anish, these energy enterprises, there are over 100 across Canada. They operate on what is known as social economy principles, which is a new model of development built on really, I think, traditional values. So social economy models of economic development can be used to build alternative economic structures that will reduce the poverty and social exclusion of Indigenous peoples and others, particularly in times of globalization and the intensification of neoliberal and market-driven economic development. So the definition of a social economy is that it has a social mission that guides its program and policy. And in Canada, Quebec is kind of the leader in social economic projects, largely around early childhood centers, domestic health services, recycling centers, public and community-based housing, social, recreation, and tourism initiatives, culture communities, and more. Here in Winnipeg, where I am till Friday, Aki Industries has established many similar centers around construction of housing and environmental projects. And again, you can check out some of their work on the web. Historically, the social and cultural structure of First Nations communities has operated on the basis of collaboration and mutual aid, which we call Wet'suwet'en. We don't work for our own betterment only, but for the betterment of the entire community where no one is left behind. So survival was ensured by cooperating with each other in small or large groups. Each had a role to play in the social, cultural, and economic functioning of the family, clan, and community. Today, First Nations attach great importance to the group and to collective harmony, solidarity, sharing, personal autonomy, respect for ecosystems, and the lands, which are core values. Further, the social economy is rooted in the realization that the economy isn't someone else's business. There is another way to approach the economy besides a neoliberal approach. And this comes from my colleague Nancy Niamtan, who has led the social economy movement in Quebec. The social economy responds to society's need, including quality of life, job creation, respect for the environment, use of natural resources and respect, and access to communication, among others. It's both rooted in an approach based on democracy, partnership, cooperation, and community empowerment. Through these social values, social economy becomes a model of development adapted to the social and cultural realities of the First Nation. So one of the things I heard in my David Suzuki research was that, trapping is not just economic, but it's a way of life. It's a time for people to go into traditional homelands and be with family and take a break from the rest of the world and really appreciate what we have been given. But there's fewer and fewer spots where we can actually do that. I heard stories in my research of aerial spraying, and one of my cousins came upon 6 moose carcasses that had been in the area of the sprays. These are toxic chemicals used to kill trees. And, it was devastating for him. He said the moose just tried to throw themselves in our lake up there. And when I was up there in November doing my research, I had gone in during the night, and it had been a few years since I'd been back. But when I was leaving, after I did all my interviews, I was just shocked by all the dead black poplars along the road. And of course, these trees are dying because of the fluctuating water levels. Sometimes it's flooding, sometimes it's bone dry. The trees cannot handle that. Many of the trees are dead. So what happens when these trees and all the undergrowth is impacted is the animals move. So now we're seeing moose in the south in greater numbers. Added to that, we have found out that there is chronic wasting disease among some of the large animals in our region. So we have applied for funding to do a research on the quality of meat of the large animals. And I'm working with some biologists on that proposal. So we really need to get that research and knowledge about how many of our animals have chronic wasting disease, which is a brain disorder that kills animals, and we do not know the impact on humans, and we do not know how extensive the chronic wasting disease is, but we have been told it is in existence there. It has not been researched. So the word social and social economy refers to a contribution by an enterprise that goes beyond an economic contribution. It is not just about making money, although it is an important piece, but the social contribution of an enterprise is defined as the promotion of values such as democracy and autonomy. And we can just look around the world and see that we are really bereft of both of those values and practices, democracy. So social economic practices strive for processes and products that reflect democratic principles. The development of a social economy has to be linked to a vision of social change that is at once the creation of democratic social institutions, at the same time is able to be part of a wider mobilization for social and economic justice, making claims on the state and the private sector. I'm almost done here. So if we go back to the food sovereignty movement, it has always been about democracy. It has always been about addressing the family violence that impact growers and seed savers. The food sovereignty movement was built on the primary principle of no family violence. And that was a powerful statement by the women who later organized over 160 small NGOs, non-governmental organizations that addressed food issues and said, if women are being violated, they cannot prepare food, they cannot do the gardening, they cannot hunt and trap because they're physically not equipped because of violence. So this was a really revolutionary statement by the food sovereigntists that women and families must be first and foremost violence-free. So the improved quality of life within a community includes job creation, social and professional inclusion, individual and community empowerment, and increased social viability, social solidarity, community mobilization, community access to services, etc. In my beloved work of teaching youth at the university in Indigenous studies, I see such great hope and such great longing from many of my students to be part of the solutions. Children and youth should not be taking their lives. They should be inspired by education systems that says to them, you are a valued, contributing member of our community and you need to be included, which I think is what is so exciting about the Indigenous youth movement today. It is so inspiring. So success will be finally ensured through the adoption of a shared vision where everybody's knowledge is shared, the emergence of shared leadership. You know, through adopting the Indian Act model of leadership, some great leaders did rise to the surface, no doubt about it, but a lot of great leaders were left behind. And, you know, some of this was structural bigotry in the production of the Indian Act and others that forbade women to even be citizens of their communities. Success is ensured through cooperation and multi-sectoral collaboration. We can be learning from other aspects of community and sharing our beloved values. The contribution of the social commitment of citizens and community mobilization. Proper management of development projects. I'm always interested that, like where I live in the city, municipalities always have training for their leaders, their mayors and their councillors. But I'm not sure that we pay enough attention to that. The importance of ongoing training, assessment, evaluation of what we've done to date. Access to financing and support services for social and group entrepreneurship, which, you know, really begs us to start looking at the redesigning of tax laws that prefer the uber rich over the general masses. So we need to bend on, you know, new ways to rewrite tax laws that are making many of us poor and the 1% very wealthy. And finally, the development of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal partnerships, interregional and international cooperation. I'm going to close with a reading of 3 sections of the Indian Collective Mission. The Indian Collective was a group of youth, by and large, that exists today. That after the pipeline in the Dakotas, this organization just became the recipient of philanthropic contributions, I'll say. And through it, they've been able to massively organize and fund projects within the community. And I was asked to be an advisor to them on some of the projects that were funded. And I was just blown away by their vision and their mission. So their mission is to build the collective power of Indigenous peoples, communities, and nations, to exercise our inherent right to self-determination while fostering a world that is built on a foundation of justice and equity for all people and the planet. One of their first principles is in defend. We must continue to defend our people, communities, and nations against negative resource extraction that poisons our people, pollutes our water, destroys our land, contributes to climate change, and violates our human rights. Doing this through organizing our communities, making our voice heard, and utilizing a wide variety of tactics is imperative in shifting the political and financial systems that are impacting our communities. Second, develop. We must continue to develop Indigenous communities in a regenerative and sustainable manner based on our values and connection to land, culture, and identity. We need to meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. We are doing this through regenerative community development, renewable energy investments, and social enterprise development. Decolonize. We must continue to decolonize our minds, communities, and sovereign nations. The decolonization of our communities and people is directly related to our ability to prosper. Through the revitalization of Indigenous ceremonies, culture, languages, and lifeways, we will continue to strengthen our identity and break free from the oppressive systems that disconnect us from achieving the healing growth and connection to spirit that is integral for us as Indigenous people. So that's my last slide. And I just want to end by saying that, of course, Indian Collective stands on the shoulders of all of the work that came before. The work that Seventh Generation does, the work that International Treaty Organization does with the leadership of Andrea Carmen and others, the leadership of Cultural Conservancy, the work that my many colleagues have done at the United Nations, the work from the field, Jim Enote, who's an amazing agriculturalist from Zuni. And, you know, I could go on and on and on. So Indian Collective does rest on the shoulders of that. It's important to tell these stories. It's important to do this research and these publications and to utilize the methodologies that the youth are using through science fiction, through comic media, through traditional methods of storytelling, to regenerate our languages. And, you know, we're all in this together. It's been recognized that Indigenous knowledge systems are the cure, are the solution to what is befalling us presently. And we need to keep hope because, you know, these are very dark times in many ways with COVID and with the poverty and with all the other things. But there is also an amazing light that is out there being led by youth, by women, by really inspiring leaders. And so I thank you for being part of that. And I'm going to quit now.
Hey, thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. Very excellent presentation. And I was just talking to Cam, and we're going to find out if your presentation is available to the people that came to this meeting here. I think it's a lot of knowledge that has been shared, and something that we can use like right now, and that's why it's so important. And
Hello.
I was reflecting on, both of us were reflecting on some of the things that you were talking about, like for example, water, nipi, very important to all of us. The root of nipi is niya pimatisuan. That's what nipi is. It means life. So I thank you very much for that. I think that Cam is a little bit younger than me, but we were talking about when we were youth, children, we could drink from any body of water as we traveled around our traditional territory here. Now you can't do that. Things have changed so much. One of our nations in Treaty 6 in Ermineskin, you can't even drink the water. You can't even bathe in the water. And Andrea can attest to this. One of the young ladies asked for a cure from her husband and sent the medicine up to her and was able to help her. Because of the water, she was getting all kinds of things on her face and problems with her skin. So many, many things that are out there that are affecting us. So thank you very much, Priscilla, and really thank you for your presentation. And we're going to take a break here in a minute or two. And just wanted to say that your presentation is very excellent. And we'd like to see if it can be made available to the participants. With that, I'm going to ask my niece Crystal to come up and talk a little bit about the connectivity of this webinar. Some people are having problems getting on, I heard.
Hi, so this is more specifically for the folks that are accessing on the live stream. So what you need to do is you actually need to, when you click on the Cold Lake First Nations website and you go and you see the YouTube link, if you would like to join the chat to ask questions or make comments, you need to open the live stream in YouTube, and then you need to sign into your YouTube account. If you don't have a YouTube account, you can quickly create one to be able to make comments and ask questions. And the YouTube, the entire session here is being recorded, and so it will be accessible after the day is done for any folks that would like to watch. I think that was it.
Hi, thank you. With that, we are going to take a break until 11 o'clock. We're going to come back and start at 11 o'clock. And I know that our presenter has to leave. She probably has another commitment. It's unfortunate, but again, thank you so much on behalf of all of us here and those that are also on Zoom and live stream. Hi, thank you very much. So we'll break till 11 o'clock and then we'll come back.
I could hear, I could hear it muffled, but it was.
Okay, yeah, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We apologize for that, but we could hear all of your message, and it was very, very informative, so thank you.
Okay. Okay, so will you message my phone when you resume? Can you? Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, 2 minutes. We're gonna reconvene in 2 minutes. So Crystal, maybe you can tell them 2 minutes. We're getting started again. Okay, 1 minute. You can make your way back to your seats. Okay, it's 11 o'clock, so we're gonna reconvene. If I can ask Chief Deserle to come up. He's gonna ask a couple of questions to Priscilla. However, she won't be able to respond right away. I think it's good to get the questions on record, and I think through the magic of YouTube, she's going to be able to answer him, and he'll get his answers to the questions. So. Okay. All right. I'll turn it over to Chief Deserle here. Happens to be my nephew. Two of the chiefs are my nephews are here this morning, and I'm really glad that they have come to support such a worthwhile meeting. Chief?
Yeah, thank you, Uncle Ron, and thank you, Priscilla. Hello there. Hello in Winnipeg. I'm not too sure if you can hear me, but I just wanted to share and kind of give a little bit of feedback as, your presentation. It was a lot of information, and I just wanted to share a couple of examples, and first of all, I want to talk about the food sovereignty. When we can all remember in this room growing up, everybody had a garden. And we had food sovereignty. Today, we tried to revitalize that in Frog Lake. We did about 100 plus gardens. But to get to that level and to that magnitude of being food sovereignty, it's going to cost money. So I wanted to ask, is there any grants out there that you know of that First Nations can apply for? That's the first one. Because when you look on the news and you look at California, in the last 15, 20 years, that the ground has sunk in 8 meters there. And they're a major producer of greens and also strawberries. And that's a concern of mine. So that's the one. Is there any grants that First Nations can apply for? Because if you're going to build a state-of-the-art facility, you're going to have the money to sustain, to operate the O&M. That'd be the first one. Also, when you look at water, in Frog Lake, we have a boil water advisory. You can have the state-of-the-art water, but you have the tanks that are in the ground. And that infrastructure is sometimes 30 years old. And also, when we do the cleaning, you know, many of the people in the room here know that they find mud, snakes, gophers, mice, maybe cans, toys, what children put into them. You know, so my point is what I'm trying to get at, and I heard you say Indian Act. I've been called Indian Act chief, even though I'm a direct descendant of the last hereditary chief, which in high regard, I hold that in my heart. I think we are divided by legislation. We are divided by a paper, you know, and there's it creates a division. You know, I'm also a Bill C-31 chief, and I'm also proud of that. But mine is, you know, on one hand, we can join the regional water line here in Cold Lake and have state-of-the-art water, but you give up your jurisdiction now, you become a customer, and you start paying for the water. But on the other hand, I look at it, we are getting CFA dollars from the government, and we are paying for the service to be delivered through water truck. So we talk about being sovereign, we talk about Indian Act, but are we prisoners in our own boundaries of the reserve? You know, my father-in-law, he tells me that, you know, he says, I feel sorry for the ones that don't leave the reserve to get off and to go to work, because, you know, we talk about, you know, the tough time is here that the old people talk about. Look at me, speak eloquently in English, but very little in my language. You know, I was bused to school, you know, forced to learn French, you know, and I didn't want to. But these are some of the things as we are challenged with as chiefs. We all know we're underfunded CFA. You know, so I'm trying to find that balance as the chief. You know, do we sign on to this regional water line and give up our jurisdiction that was never ever taken away with our consent, which is the land and the minerals and the resources in 1930, the NRTA. You know, so we look at these things, and then do we fight over the Frog Lake, which is not protected? And another thing we did on the reserve, I heard you talk about the spraying. We had a meeting in Frog Lake, and it was the first of its kind in probably 80, 90 years. You know, because as the chief, I have people coming up to me and saying that berries, you know, have died, sweetgrass has died, that are near these fields. So my job was to bring these people together with help from our team and ask these questions. What are you guys spraying? Because I know there's a class action lawsuit, you know, from the lymph node cancer from one of the herbicides. And, you know, I think when being sovereign, you know, we all come from the days of using the slop pail in the water, hauling our water, putting in a garden, picking berries. We were sovereign. We just got lazy. You know, another thing what we need to do, and I'm thinking about tabling it, and this is for everybody in the room, is when we put down that willow, we lost control of our children. And we need to really think about that, because that was part of what made us sovereign, was the Nipisi, you know, and we really have to think about it, because today it's the children who are controlling the grandparents, and they're controlling them, you know. So it's not much of, I just had one of the major questions there, it was about the grants, but another one was to share on some of the items that you talked about, and I'm thankful that you were able to join us and to talk to us, because, you know, as the chief, I tell INAC, I deliver your poverty to my people. And it's sad, but, you know, I'm trying to find the balance through ceremony. I want to thank the elder for the pipe ceremony this morning. I walked in and it was so beautifully laid out, and the Scopios, Josh and his wife Elsie, because I heard what happened there in Saskatchewan. You could fight the cop. They're bad cops until we need them. But what we did in Frog Lake, I asked them to show up at the Sundance in their red surge and to bring protocol and to pray for our relationship, because you know what? It's like they get painted with one brush like we do. And that's what we did. And then I had them stop the ceremony, and I had an elder speak why they showed up. You know, because, you know what, we don't go into a church on Sunday and say, you guys go home, we're stopping this. They have to respect us as human beings first in our lives. That's how we're going to get somewhere together in peace and harmony. And I told the staff sergeant in Elk Point, I said, you remember that picture from the Oka crisis? I said, that don't want to be me and you. Because I am grateful to be a chief today when the government and the RCMP are trying to do that, because I will not let that happen. And I had to reassure our elders, because they were scared. They were scared that our ceremony was going to be stopped. So we had to devise a plan. So we brought them in, and then they come in weekly now to talk to us and update us. You know, I just wanted to share a few things with the people on the line in our challenges as chiefs, but also to share about the ceremony. That's where we got to push our kids and our grandkids, is through the language and through ceremony, because you know what? That's what's going to save us. Then that's what's going to take us to where it's brighter. You know what? I was in a ceremony, and many people know about these night lodges. And the Spirit was talking, and we had a translator, the very high Cree, and the guy says to us, why, he's asking, why are you guys fighting over money? There's no money in heaven. See, these kind of things, you know, make me think as a chief. You're trying to balance business, programming, even water delivery, ceremony. Then you look at the children. Then you look at all these bills that are being passed, infringing on our rights. You know, very privately and very quickly, they become law. And it's harder to undo. But I know we go to prayer. We go to prayer, and that's where we need to go, and I'm grateful for today. And that's what we did in Frog Lake. During this COVID, we continued to have our monthly pipe ceremonies. We were 35 people strong. We were shoulder to shoulder. We didn't wipe that pipe with no wipes. We didn't disinfect our hands, because that was our faith in the Creator, that these ceremonies is what He left us. You got to have faith, and that's what's going to take us over there. You know, I wanted to share that much with the crowd and the gallery and the people listening, because, you know what, the doctor shared so much, and I'm grateful for people like her, and also, you know, like people like Francois. I met him a few years ago in Poundmaker. He's a very ceremonial man of the land, and I wanted to share that much, and I thank you for your time.
Hey, miasin dikwa. So with that, we have another speaker that's being queued up, but if there's any way, maybe we can get Priscilla to make some closing comments. Can we make that possible? Go ahead, Priscilla.
Okay, I know some really powerful stories in Manitoba here that I'm going to share with Crystal around funding possibilities. And I also know that there are American philanthropic funders that do support First Nations communities in Canada. So I will share what I know to Crystal, and probably Crystal is also very aware of funding sources. From time to time, the federal government announces, pots of money that are specifically geared towards sustainable climate change solutions. So climate change solutions could be anything from alternative energy to organic, garden, community gardens. And I've been involved with some of that in the past as well. When you give talks like this, it's always difficult to make sure that we say things in a good way that doesn't harm people's feelings or positions. And there is tension out there in terms of what has been called Indian Act chiefs and traditional chiefs. I mean, that's an issue in some regions where I've worked. It doesn't have to be conflictual. In fact, sometimes it's very supportive of each other. I think, we've only ever, in my thoughts, have been presented with the solutions from federal governments, provincial governments in some case. Like, we are under formulas of federal and provincial funding in some cases. And there are restrictions, and what I suggested in my talk was not to chastise or, criticize any leadership. That's not my job. I think that you're right, that you are doing the best. People are doing the best they can. What I teach in my classroom to young First Nations is to consider alternative models of development, because we know that the present system, which we call capitalism, does not work, has never worked. In fact, it's designed to work against people's sovereignty. And there's groups all over the world, Indigenous and non, that are addressing that are trying to improve on the quality of life. I do know that our traditional knowledge and our value systems and the principles of conduct within community and ceremonies are ones that are really needed at a time like now, where there's so much suffering and pain and sickness in the world. And so my message is not so much to tell people what to do, but to talk about initiatives that I've been involved with through research and practice, that I have bothered to research, to teach in the classroom, to give talks across many nations, and I do not have the solutions. I have some ideas that I feel are good and workable, but it takes a village to raise a child, and it takes all of our voices present, women, youth, men, two-spirit, people, to all be contributing. And that's what I know at this stage in my life, and I'm not young. So I'm very inspired by the youth of today. I still think the youth of today need the counsel of people our age and of the leaders in the community. There needs to be a lot of discussion. I know through running for political office in federal elections that oftentimes governments are not ready to listen to us. We've done so much amount of research and documentations and reports written for the feds, spent millions of dollars on these reports to have them sit on shelves, and still we have, so many challenges of really underdeveloped nations. But yet we also in a contradictory sense, have this a massive amount of knowledge, which, you know, my two parents were trappers. And my dad served in the First World War. And as his part of his punishment for being a First World War veteran, he was removed from his lands. So, you know, we have a very complex history. And it's not to say that one path is preferable over the other, but it is to say that communication is a really important piece of that, and that, you know, we're stronger when we are working as a collective. So thank you for the question, and I look forward to working with Crystal to help locate or identify any funding possibilities.
Okay, thank you so much, and we really appreciate your sharing your knowledge and your experience, and we look forward to the report from this meeting that will include your information that you shared with us. With that, we're going to carry on. The next speaker has been waiting for us patiently, so I'll introduce him at this time. Dr. Timothy Clark is a principal at Willow Springs Strategic Solutions and holds a PhD in political science from York University. He has worked for Indigenous peoples for more than 10 years in Canada and South America on the social, economic, and cultural impacts of industrial projects, public policy and natural disasters, consultation capacity and industrial relations, oral and community histories, and economic and rural development. So I'll ask him to come on up. And while he's making his way up, something really important that my niece wanted to share is we did have a food sovereignty workshop a few years ago in Beaver Lake. And in the last few months, we've been talking about doing a second food sovereignty workshop along with International Indian Treaty Council. And so we're gonna be working on that, and we're gonna make it a reality probably when COVID allows us to do so. And so I just wanted to make that known. From that time, our Beaver Lake Cree Nation has really progressed, I would say, in leaps and bounds. We now have a traditional harvesting camp. We have some of the proponents that are going out to gather medicines and get that knowledge that's really essential to our community. So without any further delay, Doctor?
Thank you. Testing. From the beginning. Should appear as full screen there. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay. Good. I'd like to thank the Tribal Chiefs Ventures for the invitation today, and for Cold Lake First Nations and Treaty 6 Nations for hosting this event on their lands and territories. I'm going to talk a little bit today about the 2016 Horse River wildfire, which is also known as the Fort McMurray wildfire. Some of what that disaster revealed about disaster management for Indigenous peoples in Alberta, and talk a little bit about some of the recommendations that we put forward to address some of those issues. Okay, it's not synced over there. I switched, but it's not picking it up. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo is in sort of northeastern corner of Alberta. It's an enormous area, as you can see. It's about 61,000 square kilometers. Fort McMurray and the region have about 80,000 residents and another about 30,000 temporary residents in the work camps at the oil sands. Now, the population is centered in Fort McMurray, but it is surrounded by a variety of rural areas with First Nations and Métis hamlets around. So you've got Fort Chipewyan in the north, which has the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation, Mikisew Cree First Nation, as well as the M&A Local 1925. You've got Fort McKay just to the south, Fort McKay First Nation and Métis. To the east of Fort McMurray, you've got Fort McMurray First Nation, and then to the south, you've got the Chipewyan Prairie First Nation. And then in Fort McMurray itself, you have about 5,000 Indigenous residents. So you have a large region with a very diverse population and numerous different governments, from the municipality to the First Nations and the Métis Nation of Alberta. So one of the reasons that so this project began as a partnership of the Athabasca Tribal Council, the Athabasca River Métis, and the Nistawoyu Friendship Center. See, I'm not synced again here. Is it delay? Okay. So we spent about 2 years collecting this information. We did 10 focus groups all across the municipality with every First Nation and Métis group. We did 40 interviews with leadership, Indigenous leadership, affected community members, emergency management professionals with the municipality, but also with the government of Alberta. And we did a region-wide survey with about 600 Indigenous respondents. So it was very comprehensive. And we also made a video that is available online. It's about 20, 25 minutes that really sort of touches on how Indigenous people were affected by and tries to sort of tell the story of how this wildfire impacted them. So Crystal's going to share that online. One of the things that often came up when we would talk about this study, especially with the Alberta Emergency Management Agency, but also with the regional municipality, was why are you just studying impacts to Indigenous peoples? And we found that there was a real strong tension between this idea that the government had that all people should be treated the same with the idea that there should be specific programs or specific research for specific groups. And it really touches on a distinction that I think is an important one between treating people the same and treating people fairly, right? Because treating people the same isn't always treating people fairly. And this is a theme that we're going to come back to again. So one of the reasons we did this research was, well, now it's not synced over there. I don't know. Sorry, we're having some technical challenges. Yeah, it's not connecting.
Anything?
No.
Is it?
But then sometimes it moves there and not here.
It's the second screen. Can we just which one are we on?
That's, yeah, now, but we want to go down one. Yeah, and then that's not moving.
Can we make this?
Sorry about this.
What's Larry? 4?
Yeah. What if you move it onto the computer and then open it up from there like that?
Just the programs.
Do you want me to get mine?
Yeah, this thing's big enough.
Okay.
Take this back.
Oh, yep, okay. All right, where were we? That's right, so the reason that this study was done was because the official reports that are produced by the municipality and the government of Alberta either completely ignored or really downplayed Indigenous perspectives and voices. But there's a second, deeper issue, I think, that was reflected here, and one that doesn't get a lot of attention when you're discussing sort of emergency and disaster management, and that's the place and the role of culture. And so what I mean by culture is I'm not referring to cultural heritage or, you know, the arts or food or that kind of stuff, but I'm talking about the basic sort of lens through which we understand the world and we understand each other. Right? It's sort of the framework that guides the way we see, the way we think, the way that we act. Because one of the things we found is that it's really difficult to talk about culture with powerful or dominant groups. Because their culture, their values, their assumptions, their knowledge are almost never questioned, to the point where they become invisible and they don't even themselves see it. It kind of reminds me of the way when I was a kid, my family would refer to foods of other sort of national groups as ethnic food, without any idea that the food we ate also belonged to a specific ethnic group. And you can see this again, I work a lot in environmental impact assessment. And one of the things that you see there is that there's almost never any mention of culture unless they're talking about Indigenous peoples, right? And so if someone were to come down to Earth and read an environmental impact assessment and know nothing about humans, they would think Indigenous peoples are the only peoples with this thing called culture, right? And it's a very powerful trick, because what it does is it hides the fact that these impact assessments, these disaster management processes are all embedded within a cultural framework, a way of looking and understanding the world that values and prioritizes certain kinds of activities, certain kinds of knowledge, certain kinds of authority, right? More than others. To the point where a lot of people who work in the government for our emergency management don't see their own biases and their own assumptions. And they have a really hard time understanding when people see things in a totally different way. Provide a couple of examples. So the REOC, which is the Regional Emergency Operations Center, that's basically what's set up in a disaster, right, to make sort of the nerve center decisions about how we're going to respond. So when the REOC was set up, there was a decision made, as an explicit decision, to exclude Indigenous leadership from the center. Right? Now, this was done on the assumption that this is the best way to maintain what's called incident command system, so it's the hierarchy they have to make decisions. It never occurred to any of the people in there that that might be interpreted as disrespectful, as exclusionary, right? That would have been interpreted within the legacy of decades and centuries of neglect by governments, right? Another example would be reentry. On the reentry to Fort McMurray, there was no Indigenous reentry point set up. It didn't occur to any of the people doing this that Indigenous people might be more comfortable, right, in a reentry point run by an Indigenous organization, staffed by Indigenous peoples. They put them in schools without ever thinking that there might be residential school survivors who would be uncomfortable in these places, right? And so what happened in practice was that Indigenous people largely avoided these reentry centers until Indigenous governments and the Red Cross actually set up an Indigenous reentry point later on. Another example is the community of Waterways. Waterways is one of the oldest communities in Fort McMurray. It was settled mostly by Indigenous people, and it was almost totally destroyed by the wildfire. Now, it became a flashpoint over rebuilding efforts. From the municipality's perspective, and their sort of risk mitigation experts, Waterways was a high-risk development zone. And it shouldn't be rebuilt because it's in a floodplain and because of slope stability issues. But risk from this perspective, from this cultural perspective, is understood entirely in terms of the likelihood of a disaster and its financial cost. But what we found when talking to the people who had been evacuated from Waterways was that they viewed risk through an entirely different cultural lens, in which connectedness to ancestors, to the land, to the people of their community, right, was a much greater factor in what they were willing to accept. For many of these people who were born and raised in Waterways, whose ancestors had settled that area and lived there for centuries, the risk of losing those connections was the greatest risk of all, right? And there was a complete inability on the part of the municipality to understand how someone might view risk in a totally different way. And it's this inability within the world of emergency management to understand the role of culture, the way it influences our perceptions of risk. That's one of the greatest obstacles, I think, to working together between Indigenous and non-Indigenous governments. So another issue that was poorly understood by the governments was, we talk about natural disasters, right? But the effects of these disasters are not themselves natural. They're very much shaped by historical legacies, by political institutions, by economic systems. This lack of awareness and consideration of the historical legacies like residential schools, treaty right infringements, the environmental effects of oil sands, broken promises of amalgamation and consultation was evident throughout interviews with government. The emergency management staff will say, well, that's all in the past, right? And they wouldn't understand how that still influences things today, and one of the really big ways it influences things, which is trust and mistrust. And they couldn't understand why when they would call a meeting, in a First Nation that not a lot of people would show up, right? And when there are significant levels of mistrust, it is almost impossible to build a well-functioning disaster management system because that requires high levels of trust and confidence to work together and respond together in disaster events. Now, these historical features also left many of the indigenous peoples of the region much more vulnerable to a disaster than the non-indigenous population, which again was something that was overlooked. Indigenous people were 4 times more likely to live in the most affected neighborhoods, right? 10% of rural indigenous people we surveyed had no permanent address. 20% lived with family and friends, right? So when they were trying to get benefits or support, you had to prove your address. Well, people didn't necessarily have ID with address always. In the rural hamlets, most of them had no pressurized fire hydrants, and over 50% had no home or tenant insurance, right? But if you don't have insurance, the disaster recovery program of the province will not support you if you lose your home. No Indigenous community had an updated emergency plan, and the RMWB's plan only covered Fort McMurray. So what happened, in effect, was while only about 8% of dwellings, so apartments and homes, were destroyed, about 25%, right, of Indigenous people lost their homes, right? And of those 25%, 36% of them had no insurance, and thus didn't qualify for any provincial support. As you can see here, this looks at stress levels. So on the left-hand side, you have people who weren't evacuated. In the middle, you have people who were evacuated in the rural areas, and then in the right, you have people who were evacuated in Fort McMurray. The red column is before the disaster. The middle column there, the orange column, is 1 month after the disaster, and then the yellow column was about 1.5 years after the disaster. So what you can see in all areas is that there's a spike of high and very high stress levels, but then the people who weren't evacuated, it returns to about a normal level. In the rural areas, it returned about halfway. But 1.5 years after the event in Fort McMurray, there was almost no decline, with 70% of the people still reporting high or very high stress levels, right? Which is telling you that something is not working with the recovery efforts. Another thing that was greatly overlooked was the issue of the impact to land use and on connections to the land. So this is a map. You can see there's sort of Fort McMurray right up there. Now, these brown and yellow areas are oil sands leases, well pads. The purple lines are pipelines. So you can see all around Fort McMurray, there's a lot of oil and gas disturbance. And that red area is the perimeter of the wildfire. So one of the key things that came out of this is that you can see a lot of the area that was destroyed by the wildfire was among the most accessible and intact forested areas that people would use for harvesting, for medicines, for hunting, for berries. And there was very little recognition of this. Now, the Red Cross came in and provided some support to trappers, right? But for the most part, these impacts were completely missed. And another aspect of this that, when talking with land users and trappers, we realized was that it's not just the impact to food or medicines. So your ability to eat wild moose, right? Or wild game, or to get berries, or to harvest medicines. But that these have a whole bunch of effects throughout the community and throughout the culture. For instance, people would talk about how a decline in land use affected families and communities, because getting out in the land was an activity that brought generations together, right? And so it actually reduced the spaces for different generations to get together, to share knowledge, to create those bonds. And that, in turn, feeds back into the activity itself, because as that knowledge isn't passed down to younger generations, those generations won't grow up with those practices, right? And these effects were completely ignored, never compensated, never even considered by any of the governments. So one of the real challenges here was that you have a regional level disaster. So it's called the Fort McMurray wildfire, but it really affected the whole region and indeed beyond. But you have a very fragmented government response. So if you look at these regional interconnections in our survey, only about 5% of the people that we surveyed knew no one who had a home that was destroyed or damaged, which tells you that people are moving all around the region, right? And that these these impacts aren't just in Fort McMurray, but they're felt everywhere in the region. If you look at where people went when they were evacuated, people went from Fort McMurray in many instances to the rural areas, which saw about a 10% increase in their populations. Now, these are rural areas, right, where in a lot of instances there are housing shortages, issues around housing quality, issues around access to food, right? And so a 10% increase in population, right, can provide a significant burden. But again, this was never really considered, right, because it was focused on Fort McMurray. So despite this, urban and rural communities were both evacuated. And indeed, rural communities had to deal with the fact that they were receiving evacuees while under threat of being evacuated themselves, right? And yet there was no plan or support for these rural areas. Rural communities received thousands of displaced members and evacuees. And also, Fort McMurray was the economic and political hub of the whole region. People had their doctors in Fort McMurray. People went to get medication in Fort McMurray. And so when they weren't able to go back to Fort McMurray to get these things, people were unable to access a lot of basic necessities, right? None of this was considered in the disaster response and recovery plan, because it was all focused on Fort McMurray as the affected area. So one of the problems here is an issue of jurisdiction. So in the top left-hand corner, you see ISC, which is Indigenous Services Canada. So they're responsible for providing emergency management services. Now they have an agreement with the AEMA, which is the Alberta Emergency Management Agency. So the AEMA is responsible for providing emergency services to Indigenous peoples, right? And then they work with the regional municipality that addresses Fort McMurray and the rural hamlets. But there are really important gaps here. While the AEMA here has 5 First Nation or 4 First Nation liaisons that work with First Nations throughout the province, that's for the whole province, right? The services and support they're able to provide are totally inadequate, right? Another gap is between the First Nation liaisons of the province and the RMWB, which had an Indigenous and Rural Relations Department. These people had never met each other. And so when the disaster hit, there was a power struggle over who was responsible for supporting First Nations. Another gap is there was no coordination between the RMWB and the First Nations, right? Even though people from Fort McMurray were being evacuated up to Fort Mackay, to the First Nation, there was no coordination with the regional municipality. They couldn't get any information about what was going on. So we have like really significant governance gaps that are created by the fact that you have federal, provincial, municipal, and First Nation governments all active in the area. So one of the things that we used as we talked about is not just the direct effects. It's not just the homes lost or that kind of thing. There are secondary effects, or what we call the secondary disaster. So a secondary disaster typically refers to like a tsunami that hits land after an earthquake, right? So it's not the primary disaster, it's a secondary disaster. Here we're talking about how the handling of the evacuation, the reentry, the recovery, right, can be so mishandled that it actually constitutes a further disaster for the people who are supposed to be supported, especially for vulnerable groups. There was no emergency plan, as I mentioned, for the rural hamlets and no coordination with First Nations. There was a complete lack of clarity about who was responsible for what. After the disaster, I had interviewed people from the provincial government, and I asked them, in a provincial state of emergency, who is responsible for First Nations? Is it the band government or is it the province? And they didn't know. And what happened in the event was one First Nation was threatened by the provincial government not to evacuate its people until the province says so, or else they won't qualify for disaster recovery funds, right? There was a near total breakdown in communications in the first week in particular, and lots of jurisdictional squabbles. There was one First Nation, Fort Mackay, who was receiving thousands of evacuees. They were trying to get in to the Regional Emergency Operations Center meetings that were being held around Fort McMurray to try and figure out what's going on to get information in real time, right? They got somebody to hold up a cell phone in the back of the meeting, right, so they could listen. And then one of the municipal workers found out, they shut it down and said, turn that off. First Nations aren't our responsibility, right? And these are the kinds of things that have to be clear, right? Who is responsible for what? What are the relationships? How are we going to coordinate? Because if all that isn't clear in advance, we get stuff like this. This was a quote from the CEO of one Indigenous government. He said, I'll tell you officially, from the organizational point of view, I got my updates much like the general public. With the RMWB, there was no communication. Another issue was the issue of family separation and the exposure of vulnerable groups. So what happened was, because the evacuation was not that well coordinated, people ended up getting scattered all over the province, right? And into places like Edmonton, right, where they were away from their typical family and community supports, right, and services. And especially for vulnerable populations, this was very difficult. And so you had a lot of issues with that, and then nations reporting that some of those social troubles that emerged actually came back, and we're still dealing with them a year after the fact. So you can see here, in terms of family separation, right? Over 60% of the people, Indigenous people who were evacuated, were separated from at least one family member. Almost 30% of those were separated from one family member at least for over a month, right? So it wasn't like they got separated in the evacuation and then were put back together, but people really were scattered and had a hard time getting back together again. And this is a theme that we'll come back to in terms of having safe and secure evacuation sites. The other issue was a lack of Indigenous frontline staff. Alberta Health Services didn't have Indigenous counselors. The RMWB didn't have Indigenous staff. And this was a persistent issue because people told us over and over again that one of the reasons they avoided these services was because they didn't feel comfortable. Now, amidst all of this stuff, there were lots of positive things that emerged from this event as well. One of them was the community's responses themselves, right? Largely self-organized without plans, right? Indigenous communities received thousands and thousands of evacuees, people lining up in the street with jerry cans to provide gasoline, people opening up work camps, right? And starting up kitchens and feeding and providing shelter for people who were being evacuated, right? It was an incredible effort that deserves recognition. Another source of resilience that we found was culture. A lot of people talked about how cultural activities and practices, community meetings and organizations and get-togethers were a major source of healing and recovery after the event. So whether it was being able to get back out on the land, whether it was going to, dances, whether it was going to, beading classes, whatever it might be, that these sort of cultural activities were really key sources of recovery. And this sort of leads to the next point, which is the organizations themselves. And that despite the limited resources and the lack of support from the province and municipality, Indigenous governments in many ways did a really, really good job, right, of trying to support their populations under very difficult circumstances. And I think what it shows is a lot of the institutional and community knowledge. And having governments that understand and know the people is really key to emergency response and disaster recovery, rather than having that being run out of Edmonton or out of a municipality. And in fact, when we polled people, we found that 70% of people said they would be more likely to use support services provided by their own government or Indigenous organizations. And 90% said they want their own government and community to have its own emergency response plan that is the first line of response. So kind of the major lessons that history and culture matter. They're almost never talked about in disaster management, but they shape our perceptions of risk. They shape our ability to communicate and understand each other. And if you have people from the province coming in who have no idea of the history or the culture of the people that they're working with, you're going to get a disaster. Equality versus equity. So this is the idea that I would always hear from the Alberta government that, well, we treat people, everybody gets treated the same, right? But treating people the same doesn't mean treating people fairly. If everybody who has their house burned down gets $1,000 from the government, right? But some of them have insurance and some of them don't, right? They're not going to end up in the same place. It's much like the disaster recovery program, right? The basic idea of it is that they will pay to build back what existed. But if building back substandard housing is what they're doing, then all they're doing is building back the inequalities that existed before the disaster, right? So treating people the same doesn't make a lot of sense and doesn't produce fair and equitable outcomes. Another thing is the regional scale is the key. That disasters are almost very rarely just local events that affect one group of people or one town, right? They have effects that spill out all across a wider area. So disaster planning needs to be done more and more on a regional level and needs to be more cooperative. Another is building relationships. The lack of relationships between Indigenous, municipal, and provincial governments was a major source of tension, lack of communication, right, and misunderstanding among all the parties, and created so many problems that could have been avoided had those relationships been stronger. And finally, the issue is, that came up again and again, was stakeholders versus partners. The government wanted to treat Indigenous governments and peoples as stakeholders, like they would treat the oil industry or nonprofit organizations. And Indigenous governments were saying over and over, we want to be treated government to government. We want to be partners, not just stakeholders. So some of the recommendations that we had was that at the regional level, you have to start building trust and relationships. So what we were recommended in the RMWB was that they work with First Nations to develop sort of a reconciliation and engagement protocol, right? That would lay sort of the foundations for that relationship moving forward as a way of building relationships and building trust. Because if you don't do that first, you can't build an effective disaster management system. This system needs to be regional and on a government-to-government basis in all phases of the cycle. You can't treat Indigenous governments as stakeholders like you would treat not-for-profits, right? It won't work. Disaster planning needs to be, as much as possible, community-based, right? Communities need to have their own disaster plans because they know their people better than anyone, right? And then they need to coordinate with other governments to make sure that everybody's rowing in the right direction and supporting each other. We also talked a little bit about more provincial coordination. We suggested, for instance, that there be a provincial network of evacuation centers for First Nations so that everybody knows if you get evacuated, you go to this nation, right? Where things will be set up and coordinated, and they'll be able to provide more effective, culturally appropriate, and safer, right, evacuation sites. And finally, more Indigenous staff and frontline participation at Alberta Health, in the response, but then also at the higher levels of the Alberta Emergency Management Agency, right? We need greater Indigenous support participation in all of these organizations. And more Indigenous people working in them. So, that is the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And we're going to ask you to maybe stand by. We're going to take time for a couple of questions, if anybody has any questions, or is everybody hungry? One question, I guess, that my co-chair and I were talking about is, was a similar thing or the same thing done in Slave Lake? Because they had a similar situation.
That's a very good question, and unfortunately, the answer is a little bit depressing. There was a report produced after the Slave Lake wildfire, and almost none of the recommendations related to Indigenous peoples were implemented. And in fact, it was worse in Fort McMurray. At least in Slave Lake, they created it's called sort of a tripartite, so a three-party recovery committee, right? And the First Nations were a part of that. But in Fort McMurray, they had one Indigenous person on their recovery committee, and they said, well, she's an Indigenous representative. She wasn't representing any government. She just happened to be an Indigenous person. And then they were saying, well, now we have Indigenous representation and participation. So it was actually a step back from Slave Lake, which is not the way you want to be going.
Thanks. And it always makes you wonder, in a situation like that happens, we know that there was aid from all over the world. Is there ever an accounting for for all the aid and that it went to where it's supposed to go? It kind of makes you wonder. But anyway, thank you very much. I don't see any hands. I think people are more hungry than anything and ready to take a break. I know it's a lot of information to digest in a very short while. So we've asked one of the elders from here to say a prayer for our meal here. So one question, okay, go.
So I'm forgetting that we're actually live streaming. So I asked him a question on the side, but I'm going to ask it out loud. So the research that you did was a partnership between Athabasca Tribal Council and some of the Métis. So the type of research that you did and the reason why I felt it was critical for you to be here is because the research that you all did and the data collection was grounded in Indigenous research methodologies, right? So research for community by community. And because of that, the recommendations that came forward were centered and grounded for Indigenous peoples and communities and governments. And so my question to you is, do you know or have you heard any type of whisperings maybe on this type of research? Not the kind of research that's being done from a very westernized point of view, but this type of research on the COVID pandemic. Because I think that's the next big type of research that our communities are going to need and recommendations that will come from that.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And part of the reason I should highlight that we were able to do this research in the way that we did, and that it was led not by myself or by the government of Canada or Alberta. It was led by the First Nations and Métis governments in the area, was that they took a proposal to the Red Cross. And that's how this got funded, because the governments wouldn't fund anything. They said, well, we're already funding our own research. But their research ended up largely reflecting their own perspectives. And so as of now, I don't know of anything for COVID. I suspect the government's probably focused its energies on trying to provide support and develop a vaccine. I suspect that kind of research will happen later on. So I don't know of anything right now that's happening, but I'd certainly keep my eyes open. But one of the challenges is finding the right funder who's going to allow the research to be done in the proper way and not try and guide it towards where they want it to go.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll take one more if there is a question. If not, we'll break for lunch. Okay, I'm going to ask our elder, Miss Minus, to come on up, and she's going to say a prayer for our meal.
Thank you. Matsino henis than si jam de hun sinek Jam berg ezi yastriha surel kar. Si nia kulant esi jan. Yadari nisu. De hun sinek Diri asi ne chagan dayatri. Tu dan liu. Ne dan liu. Tinchinadiu ay bagashil yi hureliu. Thot ine janu nenek eninin deli. Hureliut bet ho heathery. Tambayi tani dhani hut nunino nuganane dehile. Yadari inisu is tunuhini inila. Nis kene daitli jane di dait da hatuesi. Neni noang ondersi. Nuts ene nila janu nenek Tu dan liu, ne dan liu, teach anadi dan liu, in yese dan liu, dit ani chodan li, huril you asi dagenai. Huril you da bonsni. Nenye nanitsari. Nenye ne dinail tisi, nuts ene nila. Nedi asoda ude sana no holes ni neskrene. Jamberg is iastri, bit anu hasura waliha uris kesi. Hurilium, I know hellot in est who done it in bibadast who bits in nila masi.
Okay, with that, we'll break for lunch and we'll come back around 1 o'clock. So it's a little bit after 12, so enjoy your lunch. Hi, hi.
Thank you. So we're going to get started. Thank you. The food has sort of made us relax a little bit. I'm getting to that age too. Known as Goshka, I guess, Scopios. I'm starting to get to that stage where in the afternoon I feel like falling asleep too. So I'm getting to that stage there, elders. So thank you, Laura, for waiting. I'm going to introduce you in a second. So we'll get started for the sake of time and trying to keep everybody, the citizens that are on the YouTube here, to be cognizant of time, respecting that. I want to thank the previous speakers of the morning. It was excellent, excellent presentations. It was good to hear the situation in that happened in Fort McMurray, and then of course what happened in Slave Lake. But the issue on all of this is that Indigenous people are still, in terms of emergency preparation, emergency management, I hate to say this, but in a lot of ways, we're still left out. And what I mean by that is, to my knowledge here in Alberta, I don't know if any First Nation actually has an agreement with the local municipality. I don't know if they have an actual LOA or MOU with the local provincial government, let alone the municipality. So if the local municipality calls an emergency preparedness, calls an emergency or a disaster, where does the First Nation fit in? That's right next door. And you've heard some findings that were not even included until it's too late. And of course, we get into a situation all the time where, your federal responsibility, not provincial. But however, when the province, it's time for them to need us, they're on the door, no problem. But if it's something where they gotta perhaps pony up, so to speak, the wheels of government slows right down for us. And these are people in very difficult situations. And that's one of the things, I guess, why we're talking about some of these issues today. It's overarching, and it's necessary to talk about it. Otherwise, if we're going to have future pandemics, especially with, the elders with their continued teachings to us about global warming, we got to be ready. Having said that, I went to a presentation once to a local town in Alberta. I won't mention where. After I finished my presentation, gentleman came up and he said, "You know what? I have a degree in this field." And he said, "Yes, you First Nations people talk about global warming all the time, but you know what?" He said, the Earth was actually just as warm, if not warmer, during the days of the Vikings," he said. And understandably so if that's the case, but however, the evidence now is that global warming is because of the industry, and it's we can't deny it. At the end of the day, this is one time where nobody will be left behind if there's no Earth, straight up. Nobody's going to be left behind. Doesn't matter how much money you have. Doesn't matter. Just a couple quick things. We talked about the global warming as well. It was touched on by some of the speakers. Evidence is there. For example, the pine beetle situation, the willow beetle, the birch. For example, the pine beetle, I was on a committee here in the province of Alberta. And the only thing that's going to kill the pine beetle is minus 35 for over 2 weeks straight. If not, the pine beetle ain't going to die. So those things are going on as we speak. So as the pine is dying, the replacement of it through silviculture is not going to be that quick. And I do support silviculture too, by the way, because you got to grow the trees back in order to replenish what you've taken. I did speak about the boreal forest. It is disappearing fast, and we have to look after the boreal forest. If we don't, then who's going to look after it? Even the wetlands here in Alberta and the western provinces as well. We have to work together. So that's important. I recall there was talk about food sovereignty as well. I remember several years ago, and Ron was there, Ron Lehman, who's sitting, my co-chair here. We hosted the special rapporteur on food, Olivia De Schutter, several years ago in Alberta, as a matter of fact, on the nation of Alexis. And he did a very honest report, accurate report on food sovereignty as it relates to Indigenous people. And then the Prime Minister Harper refused to acknowledge that report. He finally did so after several interventions by Indigenous people across Turtle Island. But basically, we are so far behind on that, it's a difficult thing. I know even in our northern in Alberta, for example, in the high-level area, some of the nations up there, they have stores in the remote areas. And when I was up there, I think a liter of milk was $26. So how is our people supposed to survive with those kinds of situations even going on today? And, you know, those are the points. And there was a lot of talk about colonialism. It's still alive, it's still well. In other words, it's still operating. How do we start to move away from that? That's the question. At some point, we have to start moving away from that system that no longer benefits us or never has benefited us. If you look at history, you'll find, for example, the Philippines was colonized by the Spaniards. And after 400 years of rule, they removed the Spaniards. Not to get into too much history, but even the Ottoman Empire, they resisted the colonizations. But unfortunately, the Ottoman Empire, after 600 years, fell apart as well into different countries. But the point is, they resisted the colonization system that we have to live with today. So with that, thank you very much. I'll get right into our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to us in our historical research or knowledge that we have accumulated, co-chair and I. And Ron has done a lot of work, by the way, at the UN, the United Nations, and he continues to do so. So that's a very important arm of how we do business in the globe. It had first started as the League of Nations, then eventually moved into the UN after World War I and World War II. But maybe Ron can talk about that a little bit more. But it's still a very solid tool that governments or countries use across the globe. And let's be upfront, it's to keep themselves honest, really. That's what it is. Let's be upfront about it. Because even the presentation earlier on South America, for example, well, we have to be upfront. A lot of our Canadian companies are also operating in South America. So we have to look in the mirror too. So thank you. So our next speaker is Laura Lyons, and I want to thank Laura for being patiently waiting there. We'll give you your airtime, don't worry. Laura is the co-founder and president of the Resilience Institute, TRI, formerly known as the Rockies Institute. She holds a Master's of Law with distinction in climate change, law, and policy for her work in the rights of nature and the relationships between colonization and climate change. She holds a master's degree in intercultural international communication. Formerly, she was the government relations and head of applied research at a specialized post-secondary institute in Alberta. And before that, she was a youth and family worker in the Vancouver School Board. She is a graduate of the Oxford Adaptation Academy and a focal point of UNFCCC and Nairobi Work Program on Adaptation. She's very passionate about working together to bridge gaps in knowledge and the ways of being in the hope of moving through an era of accelerated climate change with the least amount of suffering. So with that, Laura, thank you, and you can unmute yourself, and you have the floor. Thank you. Miwasan, thank you.
Hi, thank you. That was a great introduction, and you sure did touch on a lot of themes that I wish that I could say that the work that we're doing is going to solve those things, but they're really complex and big. And my hope is that what I share today is helpful to your future planning, maybe thinking about some things, and that some of the work that we're doing at least moves needles in the right direction. So you've seen this already. This is just the outline of today. I'll do a quick overview to give context of who we are, who I am, and then 3 examples of some initiatives that we've been doing that show practical ways that actually weave knowledges, and then some specific examples, summary, and concluding remarks. Before I get going though, I just wanted to introduce Pete because he's beside me, and we apologize in advance if Pete thinks that he needs to contribute by barking or singing or who knows. Okay, so the Resilience Institute, we're a charitable organization, and we are probably, I don't even know if there was any organizations before us that were created specifically with climate change in their mandate. So we're very focused on climate change and I guess sustainability. I mean, that concept is, we can talk about that all day. What is true sustainability in a world that isn't really operating sustainable right now? And we work closely with partners to co-create initiatives, and you'll see what I mean by that. A lot of people use that term right now, participatory and co-create, but I feel we really do that. It takes a long time. You can't just go in with cookie cutter approaches, but in the end, I think it's worth it. And right now we have active partnerships with the Kainai First Nation. We've got a Fire with Fire initiative with Samson Cree, Danida, and Kainai and Bagani are part of it. Bagani has a whole other adaptation initiative. It's a multi-year initiative that we're working with them. And then Willow Lake Métis, and we do some work in South Africa as well, which is a colleague of mine that was in the Oxford program, and I started this a few years ago, so that's why South Africa. So I just wanted to quickly share with you what's some changes that we're going through since COVID. We are a distributed organization, meaning we don't have a location. We don't have offices. We all work from homes or our own offices. And this is good because when COVID hit, we already had our systems in place. But what changed for us is our program model, because before COVID, we knew climate changes and impacts were happening fast and urgent, but we didn't think, like, we thought we had more time. So our process before was we would spend a lot of time up front with education and knowledge sharing. Then we would shift into planning and capacity building activities, and then implementation of adaptation. And what we've learned through COVID is that we just don't have time for all of that anymore, and we have to fast track. We're gonna have probably a window here of opportunity to really implement some things. And when I say implement things, I mean stuff that leads to sovereignty, to smaller communities having much more resilience and not being dependent on the outside, water, energy, and food security. So I just wanted to also note that you'll see the terms weaving and braiding. We use them interchangeably because we just use the term that the community is some communities like braiding better, some use weaving. So we'll use both and adapt to whatever the community feels most comfortable with. And you'll see some, probably, especially because you've got some connections with the UNFCCC, they use the term integrating Indigenous knowledge. I actually have ongoing debates with them about the term integrating and presented on why they should use the term weaving or braiding, because integrating really does imply that you are taking Indigenous knowledge and putting it into a dominant system, and it doesn't really, I don't think, respect that there should be more equality between the knowledge systems. It shouldn't be one going into the other. So here, let's get to the examples. There's 3 examples I'm going to go over: Fire with Fire, Braiding Indigenous and Scientific Knowledge on Wildfire, the Art of Climate Change Program, and Local Early Action Plans. And so Fire with Fire is an initiative that's supported through Canada's BRACE program, which is National Natural Resources Building Regional Adaptation Climate Expertise Program. And that's also with Alberta Environment and Parks. So they became part of it when it was still NDP, and that's very linked to the ICON program. The people that we're working with there are wonderful. They're so dedicated to this work, which is great. And they're still all there despite the changes with the current government. So we're very, very fortunate that this work gets to continue. The idea with this is that we're using participatory video method training and a theme that is very important to most communities, which is fire. So there's fire as a risk, but there's also perceptions of fire, ways of living with fire that are very different from an Indigenous perspective than how Western science has approached fire. So we decided that this is a really good theme to bring people together around training on the participatory video, but also to try to tease out what are these different concepts about fire and how then can that knowledge get to policymakers. And there's a lot of interest both at the federal and provincial levels in actually weaving Indigenous knowledge into their planning. So what we're trying to do is create a pathway for that to happen. So this project has 4 communities that are involved right now. It's like the pilot. If there's other communities that are interested, we would have to seek more funding for it, but I think there's a lot of opportunity here for this to expand. Then the other one I wanted to share with you is the Art of Climate Change, which this program we have done with Indigenous communities and also rural communities with a non-Indigenous population group of seniors, actually, and it's worked really well. And the concept is that you pick some themes. So in this one case, we did fire and ice, so it was glaciers and fire. In the case of the Kainai youth, it was really up to them. It was quite broad. It was anything they wanted to choose that had to do with a changing environment. And you engage a cohort of youth. In this case, they learn about climate change from traditional perspective, from a Western science perspective, and then they learn some art skills. So some of them had some art skills already, some of them had no art skills, and they got to choose what they wanted to do. So if they wanted to do photography, one person did writing, another one did, she was a visual artist. So they learned about these concepts and then got some more skills with their art, and then they created an output. And it was so good. It just engaged the youth that were involved in a really meaningful way. And it took the conversation out from being something that was really kind of scary and unknown to very tangible. And then the neat thing is they were able to share this. So we started with premiering their work at a community event for friends and family or whoever wanted to come. And then the Bricks, a gallery in Lethbridge caught wind of it and they wanted to have it up. And a really cool thing that happened is the Cave-in Basin, somebody who is a program manager from the Cave-in Basin saw this. We did a presentation on it and saw it, and they actually have it. Well, it's not up right now because they're not open, but it was up last year and it will be up again when they open again, an exhibition at the Cave-in Basin. So you can actually see it if they open again at the Cave-in Basin in Banff National Park. And because of that, this has actually led to a long-term agreement with the Cave-in Basin for us to be able to have that space for sharing outcomes of work in the future. So then the next one, which we'll spend a little more time on, is local early action plans, which I'm guessing you all have had experience with doing an adaptation plan or a bigger risk vulnerabilities and risk assessments, which can be very technical and great for communities to do. What this is like a pared down version of that. It's much more inclusive of multiple community members, and it focuses on 3 top priorities and 3 strategies for those top priorities that are quick wins, things that the community can do relatively easily. And it's not to say that the bigger planning still doesn't happen. It's just more about what we found is there was a lot of adaptation planning happening in communities, but actual implementation of the adaptation was difficult, especially when communities were dealing with a whole lot of other priorities. So the local early action plan serves that purpose, but it also serves as an umbrella to really bring community members together in the dialogue about climate change, about risk, and solutions to that. So the way we started is a series of workshops where we just review climate change in general, so some of the things you were talking about earlier, projections for the area, and then we have dialogues. So there's a little bit about climate change just for the base, and then it's dialogues with people about what are they afraid of, what are some of the solutions you're thinking of. And then all those observations and concerns go into the resilience building to prepare for the LEAP. So it's a process. It's a bit, I don't know, probably a year to a year and a half, depending on how fast a community works through it. But it tends to be a really great way to mobilize people in the conversation. And what I really like about this is that it identifies traditional ways of addressing the risks and also other ways. So it's not just concentrating on, like, if you look at some adaptation plans, they'll be really all about, or risk management, it will be like having your, maybe you need to do a culvert, or maybe you have to do fire smart and these other things. But the way we work is really making sure we pull out, okay, well, let's forget about all that science stuff. What are your ways of dealing with something? Now, how can we bring those two together? And now the next 2 are some tangible examples. So in the Piikani Nation, we are, as I said earlier, so we're doing 2 things. We're doing longer term planning, while at the same time developing food security through a small greenhouse program. And we're really involving the youth. So when we say this is the work that we do, it's very community relevant. So the Piikani said, well, we really want to do a LEAP, but we want youth like leading it. We want them involved from the very beginning. We want their voices heard. We want them learning how to do it. So it's very focused on youth as leaders and learning, which is a lot of fun. Actually, we're just we've just started last week. We started with the youth. We've got 3 youth cohort for the summer. And then another thing, which we haven't initiated yet, but we will be doing, is observing change through air and weather monitoring stations. So that's one way. So that's data that comes out that's very scientific. Okay, yes, we're seeing these changes over this period of time. But at the same time, having youth go out and actually interview community members and ask them what did they experience during that time, so that they understand the experiential and the community observation and stories around change, and then bring that together. And in this case, there's a Blackfoot have what they call a winter count, which is how they would document significant change in their community. So we're going to link that into now sharing that in a winter count way. It wouldn't be exactly as they used to do it, but pulling that together. And then, as mentioned, the greenhouse program is quite comprehensive because it involves learning about renewable energy and then developing indoor and outdoor spaces that talk about community resilience and food security, culture building, stewardship of the food, and then being inspired through both good practices in scientific ways of developing and renewable energies, for example, on greenhouses, but also traditional ways of growing food and being with food. The Kainai Blood Tribe, that's a picture of the botanist that works with us. Her name's Dr. Cynthia Lane. And then that's Kanzi Fox, who's the Blood Tribe land manager. I probably got her title wrong. She'll forgive me, I hope. Multi-year initiative. We're in about a 5th year with them, and it consisted of a LEAP, Art of Climate Change, which you saw, and creation of a traditional plants database. And that was an early action. So we already knew that there was a lot going on with invasive species, and there's loss of knowledge, both because the knowledge is passing as they leave us, and also because there isn't the same connecting happening between elders and the youth. And so they really wanted to make sure that the knowledge for their plants was getting captured from that perspective, but also because there's decisions being made about the land that they really need to know, where do the traditional plants, what kind of environments do they excel in, and where should we be planting and looking at growing things. And so maybe if there's there's decisions about land, are we going to use it for agriculture? Are we going to use it for exploration, for oil and gas, whatever the nation is deciding it's going to do, then they're able to pull the information from the database and say, hey, no, not in this area, because that's going to erode our culture. If you do that, we won't be able to have the plants. So that's an example. So multiple engagements, and we don't come in and say, hey, this is what you're doing. It's about conversations, and if the community says, we really think it's important that youth are engaged, and we really want to concentrate on food security, then we would bring ideas to the table, and then together we decide what the initiative will look like. Engaged a lot of community members, still is. And one of the goals they have, which came out of the LEAP, was actually to form an elders relational group specifically for the resilience building strategies, so that if a strategy was picked, then they would bring that to the elders relational group to say, okay, this is what we want to implement, but now how can we bring the stories and our values to those actions, that activity. And the example, one of the examples that was given is there's part of the reserve falls under by the timber limit, and there's quite a bit of dead wood there. So there's been a push to clean that up for fire smarting. But when they talked with the elders about it, was, well, okay, clean that up, but don't just take that wood and toss it. We can use that wood, maybe some of it for our ceremonies, or if we can't use it, at least honor the wood. There's songs that you can sing when you clean up the wood, so that the people that are going out and doing that action, that risk management action, are doing it in a way that is also linking to culture. And we have phase 2 is now in process. There's a prairie grasslands restoration that's largely, we're not very involved in it now. We're just guiding some of the technical stuff to do with it. But there's a grassland stewardship program that directly engages occupants of land to be stewards of growing traditional food and then sharing that. So it's actually been a really great program. So in summary, engagement and dialogues, and this is how, when we say practical ways that we've been weaving knowledges, it's through engagements and dialogues that bring both perspectives together and then develop activities based on that. The air quality monitoring and experiential was an example, elders relational group, and then language. So you'll see the Kainai named their artists using a Blackfoot name. We try to encourage all activities where it makes sense to have to bring the language in at the very, very beginning, and that concepts are also translated. And then even some of the bigger documents, when we can pare it down, so there's good practices in flood mitigation coming out for Southern Alberta and for those communities. So we'll do a summary document and then have the communities be able to translate that into their own language so it's accessible. And then visual, so creative outputs that have visual ways of showing, you're not just looking at a graph of data that says this is your projections, but that there's also different perspectives on climate change woven into that. I just want to give some concluding remarks, I guess, from my personal perspective and why I'm pretty passionate about doing this work. And I put the 3 biggies there: fire, floods, and drought. We know there's more. There's invasive species, there's tornadoes, there's other risks. But these are big events that communities are very much at risk. And I completely agree that because of colonialism, because of the way we are living in the world right now, vulnerable communities are all the more vulnerable. And these large events risk lives, they risk culture, they instill fear. And for me, I feel like the more that communities become resilient and strong, the less these bigger events, they're still, it's not, you can't avoid them coming, but it's about how you manage them, how you're going to deal with them, how our lives going to be protected. And I think the other comment that was made is, are you going to depend on government to come and do what they should do when there's a lot of communities, like you said, they want to have you involved when it works for them, but are they going to be there and helping create this resilience? So anyway, so planning is important, but there's many threats that we know are likely to increase. And so the earlier we can do actions, the better. And building resilience for the food and water and energy is just all the more critical now that we've experienced a pandemic. So what will happen if the pandemic continues or another pandemic comes, and having these systems where we're dependent on food from outside is just not gonna work. And that's, I could go on and on, but in interest of time and respect for other speakers, and maybe you have questions, I just thank you so much for allowing me to share some of what we're doing here. I hope it's helpful, and I am just open to, if anybody ever wants to talk about any of these things, please feel free to contact me. Hello? Yeah, I can hear you. I just muted myself so that you didn't have any background noise.
At all, anybody want to make any comments with respect to her presentation? We've got about 6 minutes, I guess, so I do have a question. Maybe you did mention the program. One of the programs you're doing is LEAP. What does LEAP stand for?
Local Early Action Plan.
Awesome. Just want to make sure. So I raise the floor for questions, comments. Elder, did you want to make some comments while you have some time? Ask them. Crystal, you have any comments as well? for clarity? Okay. We have 10 minutes. That's just for the audience there. Trying to be respectful of everybody's time, so we'll probably stand right here because of the...
Hello. Laura,
Hi.
and the rest of the people here. And this is what I enjoy. More meetings we have, better planning we're going to do in the future. And mainly, we're here as people to look after Mother Earth. And mainly, this is reality that we're dealing with. It's real. And the chiefs, they work every day, but the communities are still sleeping. I know they care, but they want somebody to do it for them. But anyways, going back to the fire is the sun. We need the sun. Ceremonies, we have the fire in the middle, that's the sun. Wintertime, we need heat. That's the sun that's keeping us warm. Vehicles. So starting today, this afternoon, I'm doing a ceremony, fire ceremony for 4 days, 4 nights. Honoring the fire, the sun. The sun is going to look after us. He's the one that's going to push away the virus. And the other thing is water. 65 years ago, my grandparents did a water ceremony. And I was a boy sitting there watching them. My grandfather sitting facing south and my grandma facing north. And they had an offering of food on the side. And after they finished the ceremony, I asked them a question. They said, there's lots of water in the heavens, my grandfather said. We'll never run out of water, good water from the heavens. All you have to do is request for this water, good water. And these are true facts I'm sharing with you. And the reason why there was fire up north, Slave Lake, Fort McMurray, the fire tried to remind people, you forgot to honor me. I help you every day, every night. All I want is thank you. But I'm going to perform, this is the second time 2 years ago I did the fire ceremony. It was passed on to me by an elder that's 86. So, what you said earlier, we have to go back to the basics of life. And the government doesn't listen to us. That's okay. We'll go back to the Creator and the spirit world. They're the ones that are going to listen to us. They're the bosses. And the other thing too, in Canada, people have been meeting and nothing happened. And treaties, we had the spirits helping us, the sun and the river and the grass. Once again, we have to go back to the basics. But first, we have to mark our territory. Maritimes, east, south, west, north. 2 directions in the east and in BC, 2 directions. Once we mark our territory, that's when the spirits will act in helping us. I've been talking to elders and nobody want to do anything for the people, our native people. So these are just reminders, but pretty soon I'm going to travel every direction. We have to do a ceremony to mark our territory, and we'll ask the spirits to protect our territory. But anyways, many times women talk to us. They're the leaders. They work every day on planning. Every ceremony we go, there's mainly more women than men. So really, I really enjoy you talking. And take care. We'll survive.
Hi. Thank you, Elder. Thank you for the words of wisdom. And Elder Harry just finished his Sundance as well, so I want to thank him for that. And we're going to ask Crystal to come up and do the one more question to Laura. But before you do that, I just want to thank Dr. Clark as well, because he touched on that situation in Fort McMurray. But it comes to mind that the chiefs have been talking about this already. For example, with this COVID, we do have a provincial First Nations emergency management. People employed, I guess, if you will, but yet they've been largely silent during the COVID-19. And I checked their website, the last time they trained anybody was in 2016. They were supposed to do tabletop exercises to all First Nations, but when you find out that the fires have happened, no one in evidence in Fort McMurray, for example, the nations were not ready. And I know who the people are. She is the manager, I might as well say. Her name's Fran Byers. But her job is to go out to the nations, all nations, the Métis nations, the First Nations, and train people for emergency management. But the way it works, elders, members of the gallery, people listening in, is this organization is funded by the federal government, ISK, not Gichisk, but ISK, Indigenous Affairs Canada. Sometimes we want to call them Gichisk because we get tired of them, but anyways, the funding goes from the federal government, Indian Affairs, and it goes to the provincial government, and then in turn they employ this group. But the point is, it's time, I think the chiefs are talking as well, that funding should go directly to the First Nations so they can manage their own emergency management team properly. And I say properly because right now, chiefs are using own source revenue or other revenues to employ their teams as we speak because the funding is not there. So even that is a complete disconnect, and I really hope Minister Miller listens to this and hears this. Funding should go directly to the First Nations, period. And then we look after ourselves. With that, if you can come up, Crystal, and offer your question, and then we'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have one question from Dr. Lisa Burke-Bearskin from the Beaver Lake Cree Nation. She's on the webinar. So Laura, this question is for you. Just give me a second, I have to go back. So the question is regarding the research with First Nations communities that the Resilience Institute is engaging in and has engaged in. What protections are put in place for data ownership for communities? And also, if the research is Indigenous-led, regarding the data analysis process, was it your research team or the First Nations communities that you worked with that did the data analysis. So that's a two-part question, but I think the overall question is regarding the protection of the intellectual property of the First Nations communities. That's one question, and then I have a question for you. And then I am going to call on Dylan Landstrom, who's the DEM for the Director of Emergency Management for Beaver Lake, who just wants to add a quick comment onto Cam's comment.
Okay, well, mine's a pretty quick answer because we don't research communities. We don't publish anything. We don't keep the data. It's not research, so we don't research. If we were to do research, then we would follow protocol, First Nations protocol for research, prior informed consent, and the Fire with Fire project, because some of the information, like the storytelling and videos that get produced, those all have permission, and it's very clear what the videos will be used for. If they're comfortable with it, they can always just change their mind. Then we would pull the video. But really, we're facilitating communities building their resilience. And yes, information's collected. So the closest we get to data being collected is when we actually have a big spreadsheet that lists all of the observations, so that we can then look and see, okay, are 8 people all saying the same thing or whatever, but that's owned by the community, and so we don't own any of it. And I think that answers both questions. Yeah.
Okay, so the second question is from me. I would just like you, in short, to describe, so in relation to LEAP, so the local emergency action plans. So if you can explain why communities should have these and how they can go about it in short, or if there are any kind of resources that you can offer that we can add as supplementary material to your presentation.
Yes, so we did one resource, but I think it's older, and we've done so many leaps since then that it needs to be updated. So I wouldn't even recommend it because it's complicated. It's too complicated for communities. It was complicated, I think, for us. So there is a resource, but it needs to be updated. The best, what I need to do is capture basically the process and then be able to share that so that other people could do it. Why should communities do it? Because it mobilizes people in a really positive discussion about how can we do stuff for ourselves now, and if we need outside partners, who are they, and when do we bring them in on your terms. And it also helps departments. So you develop these sheets that are guides that say what the 3 risks are, what are 3 strategies for each of those risks, and then you can build on that. So it's not to say like this is a comprehensive plan, but it's really good for departments then to say, okay, our next step is we actually need to gather more information. So one of the leaps, that was the big thing that came out, is we actually need some really tangible examples of what does flood mitigation actually really mean to us. We want those examples, and then we're going to look at which ones we want to implement. So it's just brings it down to a workable level instead of being this big risk management plan that, no offense, but that the government ticks off and says, oh, great, they've done their risk management plan, they should be fine, which is not the case.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to just ask Dylan now to just make a comment in relation to what you had to say, Cam, about FEMA.
Hello, good afternoon. So thank you for speaking on the reality of the AEMA there, and just touching on what you had finished with there. I feel that just during this COVID process, they have reached out, and I do keep up with updating the First Nations field officer at least once a week, but then I think it's just for their own reporting purposes. There's been minimal involvement, but I mean, I think we just both need to, I guess, develop stronger working relationships with each other, and I guess that's coming from both their end and ours. I guess pushing for that strong relationship, and yeah, them in return building those relationships with us. Yeah, good.
Okay, so we'll take a break first. So thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break, please. 10 minutes to stretch. And I want to thank Laura, of course, for your fine presentation. I know Laura did say if anyone's interested in any of our programming, contact her. And of course, after that, you got to chase the money. So thank you very much, Laura, and have a good day. Miwasan. Thank you. And your dog kept quiet. Awesome. Thank you. 10 minutes.
Bye.
staigi we ka giuhi taia koma ski tamaun mina kama mamona mahkaya mam tunihtsigan tan siga gi switchi taia kom ka kyogi we ka taugin we ko maya ka ai mahki we das gut so ma aksun mina ka pas stig mina ka iskipig mina. So I just welcoming the participants back. Really impressed with the knowledge that we're gaining today here that we can share with our nations, and I thank the people for still being here. Our next speaker is Andrea Carmen from the Yaqui Nation. She's been a staff member of the International Indian Treaty Council for quite a while and has become executive director in 1992 for 6 months, and she's still there. She has decades of experience as a human rights trainer and observer around the world, and was IITC's team leader for the work on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In 1997, she was one of 2 Indigenous representatives invited to formally address the UN General Assembly for the first time in history at the UN Earth Summit +5. In 2006, Andrea was rapporteur for the UN Expert Seminar on Indigenous Peoples, Permanent Sovereignty over Natural Resources and their relationship to land. The first time an Indigenous woman had been selected to serve as a rapporteur for a UN expert seminar. Andrea has been an expert presenter at many UN bodies and seminars addressing a range of issues relevant to food sovereignty, human rights, environmental health, and climate change. In February 2019, Andrea was selected by Indigenous peoples in North America to serve as their rep on the new facilitative working group for the development of the UNFCCC, local communities and Indigenous peoples platform for its first 3 years of operation. And I had the opportunity to work for many years with Andrea. So I'll turn it over to her. Andrea.
Respectful greetings to you all there. I can't see you, but you can see me. And I really appreciate this invitation. It's been great to hear and see Chief Alexis. We've worked together on many things. And of course, Ron Lehman, who I'm not sure if you know this, but as of last month, he's now the board president. President of the Board of Directors of the International Indian Treaty Council. And as he said, we've been together in many, many places throughout the years. So with that, I also like to thank the elder that talked about the importance of our spirituality in talking about how we need to be prepared for what we're experiencing now and what will be coming in order to make sure that our resiliency and the knowledge that our ancestors left to us can be utilized in our day-to-day lives. As we know, we receive many warnings in our prophecies about what would happen if we as Indigenous peoples didn't safeguard our Mother Earth and keep those relationships balanced. And we're seeing many of those things now. But it's always my belief and understanding that they wouldn't have left us the warnings without leaving us the solutions as well. And sometimes we have to utilize our ceremonies and our ways of knowing that were left to us to find those solutions and not just keep them in ceremonies, but to use them in a practical day-to-day manner. And with that, I'd like to just show you an example maybe of what I mean on food sovereignty and spirituality from our peoples here, corn peoples. And I understand, you know, you even have stories about the corn there in Alberta that Ron has told at our corn conferences. But you can see first on the left is a traditional ceremonial corn altar that we used at one of our corn conferences way in the south of Mexico, almost to Guatemala. And on the right is a traditional corn altar that was set up for our gathering on Indigenous peoples' corn and ways of life in Navajo Nation in New Mexico, North America. And something important I just want to point out to you is that the 4 sacred colors of the corn, the red, the black, the yellow, and the white, are the same in the 2 altars. And also those are our Sundance colors in South Dakota for the 4 directions. Some people say for the 4 different nations of humans. But also that is on the most practical level, the basis of our resiliency and our ability to survive climate change and restore our traditional food sovereignty and practices, because those colors of corn are the ones that our ancestors knew which to plant, because they had ways of knowing about the climate, if it was going to be a hot year, a cold year, dry year, wet year, and so what color of corn to plant in order to be able to survive. And we have to remember that in our ancestors' time, there weren't any grocery stores, there were no backups to knowing how to live off the land, and that's what's important here as well. This is a spiritual meaning, but it's the most practical as well as of our knowledge. And I really like the term, instead of traditional knowledge, our ways of knowing. And this came to me in Canada, actually in Northern Ontario. I attended the Treaties 1 through 11 Elders Gathering a couple of years ago. And I helped the elders. They asked me if I could help them write down their recommendations to bring to the Treaty 6 gathering that started the next day, or the Treaty 1 through 11 gathering. And they were talking about climate change, and their recommendation said to address the causes and effects and call for compliance of Canada of its international agreements to reduce emissions and develop solutions to climate change within our communities, recognizing that it violates our treaty rights to land, water, health, food sovereignty, and consent as understood in our ways of knowing. And I thought that was so profound, and I've been using it at the UN, and now it's common usage, because it talks about that relationship between our ceremonies, our language, our ways of life, our ways of using our traditional foods, those plants and animals. When you say traditional knowledge, sometimes it implies something that's a done thing, there it is, it's traditional knowledge out there. But this shows how that relationship for Indigenous peoples is continuing and goes in both directions. So it's an active way of saying in English, of that relationship that we have to maintain and in some cases revitalize. I just want to say a few words about the International Indian Treaty Council and where we came from. We came out of the American Indian struggle in North America in the 60s and 70s, the fishing rights struggle, occupation of Alcatraz, many different things that the Indigenous peoples tried, including armed occupation at Wounded Knee, South Dakota, back in 73, to call attention to the violation of our treaties and our land rights and our culture and language. And despite promises from the federal government, when the activities ended, when the occupations ended, all they did was put people in jail and even kill people. And of course, Leonard Peltier is still in prison from those days. So in 1974, the treaty nations, the treaty councils, the American Indian Movement, and others called for a gathering in Standing Rock Reservation, the South Dakota side, Mobridge. And one of the things they came out with was the instruction to seek a seat at the Family of Nations, the United Nations, because it was universal. There were 5,000 delegates, even from South America, Central America. They all have the same story, that within the colonial systems of the countries that we now found ourselves living in, the settler governments, there was no justice or even an understanding for our rights. And in the Declaration of continuing independence. They said treaties between sovereign nations explicitly entail agreements which represent the supreme law of the land. That's even a quote from the US Constitution, binding each party to an inviolate international relationship. That's the treaty relationship, but that's also what the relationship that we take to the United Nations. The IITC was the first indigenous organization to be recognized back in 1977 with UN consultative status. And then in 2011 was the only one still to be upgraded to what's called general consultative status, because we work in such a range of bodies at the United Nations: food sovereignty, UN Food and Agriculture Organization, climate change, many others, including human rights, biodiversity, environment, etc. But one of our principles that we continue to use is that Indigenous people should speak for and represent themselves before the world community. That's in our guiding principles. And that's the work and the basis of the work that we take to the United Nations when we're talking about our food systems, our understanding of climate change. We are the experts, especially our elders, but here's a couple of our youth, one from Mexico and one from Alaska, speaking at the UN Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2014 on access to justice for Indigenous youth. We felt we should have youth representing what their views on that was. I know that you've been talking about inherent and treaty rights, and it's important when you're talking about human rights to understand that even the United Nations recognizes that these are inherent. We would say as Indigenous peoples, we have these rights because the Creator gave us those rights placed on a specific place on this earth to caretake it. We maybe would talk in our own languages about responsibilities and not rights, but that rights is the language at the international arena. So I just wanted to show you that in 1948, this was the first human rights document adopted at the United Nations. And it said the recognition of the inherent dignity and the inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. And what does that mean? You know, it means that no declaration, no constitution, no provincial or national law, no treaty even gives rights or takes it away. Rights can be recognized or rights can be violated, but they can't be taken from you. They're inherent, they're in you as peoples, as we would say, and as individuals. So when we were working on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, myself, Ron Lehman, and many other Indigenous peoples from around the world, we also talked about inherent rights. And we said that those for us derive from our political, economic, and social structures, our cultures, spiritual traditions. This is the first UN document that talked about spirituality, histories and philosophies, and especially our rights to our lands, territories, and resources, which is the basis of our food sovereignty and our resilience and our ability to address these crises that we're facing. The 1948 Declaration, Human Rights Declaration of the UN also recognized that food, health, and well-being are human rights as well. So we utilize those standards at the UN, but we also decided that from the very first time Indigenous peoples went to the United Nations in the first conference on Indigenous peoples in 1977, that we needed a declaration that talked about our collective rights, our survival, our identity, our land, our treaties, all of those are collective rights, not as well as individual rights, but primarily collective rights. So you can see here's the first Indigenous people delegation marching into the UN in 1977, and then exactly 30 years later, maybe 30 years and 3 months later, we had the UN Declaration adopted at the UN General Assembly. You can see here's a picture of it. All the green letters are the yes votes. There were 11 abstentions. We kind of thought there'd be more, but there was just 11. And of course, 4 countries voted against it, including the one where I'm sitting now and the one where you're sitting now. course, they reversed the position. This is just a few pictures of the 30 years of activities that we had a real struggle at the UN because they'd never adopted a declaration on collective rights, but also they never included the actual beneficiaries of the rights, in this case, Indigenous peoples, in these discussions. This is us protesting in 2007, right before the vote, the position of Canada, myself and Chief Munias from Maskwacis, a press release about a walkout that we had, and down here at the bottom is a hunger strike we have. You can kind of see Ron sitting in the back supporting us. And of course, I always have to recognize the many Indigenous leaders that took part in the struggle that did not survive here in this world to see its final adoption. And of course, one is the late, great Ed Burnstick Sr. from Alexander First Nation on the right. The declaration is a minimum standard. And the reason that I'm really emphasizing this is because when we work on these issues internationally, this is what we rely on. They adopted it. The General Assembly says this is the lowest we can go. But that also applies to the subsidiary governments, not just Canada, but the province of Alberta, the municipality of, you know, Edmonton or Wetaskiwin or any of the others. You know, they're bound by this declaration that, of course, one of the core rights, the right to self-determination, to freely pursue our political status, including around our treaties, and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Lands, territories, and resources. I won't go over every one of these because I know you all have your pocket copy of the UN Declaration in your purse or in your pocket, so I don't need to read each of these, but this is very important. This is probably the hardest fought article, recognizing our rights to our lands, territories, and resources, which we traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used or acquired, not just the reservations or reserves that they recognize for us now. And of course, this is in keeping with the treaties. Article 37 affirms the international standing of treaties for the first time up to the General Assembly. And it says nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as diminishing or eliminating the rights of Indigenous peoples contained in treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. So it uplifts our treaties and ensures their enforcement, recognition, and observance. When we're talking about food sovereignty and the impacts of climate change, this article is very important, Article 31. The right to maintain, control, protect, and develop our cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions, including our sciences. It recognizes that we have sciences. A lot of times the language people use is, well, they have science, but we have traditional knowledge, and somehow it's not quite as real. But anyway, this is my husband, by the way, on our land here in Tucson, showing one of our younger tribal members how to protect one of the food plants from the impacts of the lunar eclipse. That's just in our belief, we need to do that. And it must work because those pomegranates grew really good. We also have recognized our right to our subsistence foods and traditional economies, the right to be secure in the enjoyment of our own means of subsistence. Of course, that's what we're talking about when we talk about food sovereignty. The right to the conservation and protection of the environment. This is one of the first human rights standards at the UN that talks about the right to a productive and healthy environment. The right to health, and this is really important. I want to really emphasize this one because we're faced right now with the COVID epidemic. Myself and my husband, my grandson, and my son are all survivors of COVID-19. We were pretty sick a month ago, but I'm happy to say that using our traditional medicines, we were able to heal ourselves. We didn't have to go to the hospital. It's quite rampant here in Arizona, and now it's hit our reservation communities. But there's two aspects to this right in the UN Declaration. One is that we have the right to keep our traditional medicines strong and maintain our traditional health practices, which is related to conservation of our medicinal plants, animals, and minerals. We also have the right, which is completely unrespected here, at least in the US, without discrimination, to all health services of the state. And this is one of the reasons why in many, many places we're especially vulnerable. In Cunayala, with the Kuna indigenous peoples, they don't have one single hospital or a full-fledged clinic on their territories. 49 islands they have, and they're really being hard hit too. Navajo Reservation is one of the reasons why they had the highest death rate, of per capita of any place in the United States, just north of here on the Dene or Navajo Reservation, because of the lack of health care as well as other factors, which I'll talk about in a minute. This was the actual article, Free Prior Informed Consent and Legislative and Administrative Measures that Canada stated why they opposed the UN Declaration. And this is a big issue too, when we're talking about somebody, I think Chief Alexis just talked about the lack of collaboration, consent, and the development of responses to disasters like the COVID-19 pandemic. At least here, and this is one of the things the UN Special Rapporteur on Rights of Indigenous Peoples in summarizing the responses to his recent questionnaire about impacts of COVID-19 said this was universal across every region, every country, and he received 150 responses, I think a record for responses for this kind of questionnaire. Nobody said that the country where they lived was consulting them on developing responses to COVID-19. This was certainly the case, as you saw in South Dakota, where the Lakota nations tried to set up roadblocks to keep the COVID-19 out of their communities, understanding how vulnerable that we are as Indigenous peoples to these kind of new diseases. It's not the first time we've experienced this. And actually the state governor threatened to sue them and reported them to the federal government, just because they were trying to protect their people. So rather than working with us on solutions, they're actually opposing some of our solutions. So this is a wake-up call to us. And I think this is what Cameron was talking about when he talked about developing our own solutions. Of course, free, prior, informed consent and development. And this has a big impact. And I'm going to go into that in a minute, why we have to keep these causes of climate change and the creation of our health vulnerabilities out of our communities. Of course, consent is a treaty right. This is the Fort Laramie Treaty of the Great Sioux Nation, or the Ochete-Sakoan in Lakota. It said that people aren't even supposed to come on the land from outside the treaty land without the consent of the Indians first had and obtained. This is Article 16 of the Fort Laramie Treaty. And of course, you have similar language in Treaty 6, I think Treaty 6, 7, and 8 in their treaties. But this is paragraph 3 of Treaty number 6 that also talks about the need for consent. And while states like Canada and the United States were opposing this language as we were negotiating the UN Declaration, we reminded them this is already legally binding language for them. Just some of the impacts on climate change, because we can't forget that we're facing two threats right now, and they are interrelated in terms of our ability to be resilient. And the first is climate change. This is, of course, you were talking about Fort Chipewyan, Alberta, Canada. This is the tar sands. And the kids, I just want to show you, the kids were already wearing masks to protect them from that pollution. We know that it's real. There shouldn't be any question. Its primary cause is burning fossil fuels. There's no doubt about that. However you feel about fossil fuels, and we all use them, this is the cause. And we have to recall that Last year was the second hottest year recorded, and I have heard from the scientists that this year already we have 5 record-breaking months, at least in North America as well as globally, for temperature increase. And in 2019, it was a record year for tornadoes in Oklahoma, these extreme weather events that are being caused. And our food sovereignty, is also at stake. When we had COP21, the 21st Conference of the Parties, where they came up with the Paris Agreement a few years ago, 2015, the indigenous peoples and nations from the Columbia River in Washington and Oregon said that 80% of the salmon had died that year just from the warming water conditions and causing skin lesions. And the UN, of course, also recognizes climate change. And it was mentioned that Olivier Deschutter, the special rapporteur on right to food, was actually there in Alexis First Nations and took testimony from the indigenous nations. But he told us even a few years before that the climate change is the biggest threat to our food sovereignty. And as a previous speaker mentioned, they've predicted that 1 million species face extinction. This is just one example, is the salmon run in Central California is predicted in this century to decline by 99%. And this is traditional sustenance as well as ceremonial food for the indigenous peoples all along the Pacific coast, including California. Just speaking of corn, the red areas of Mexico, and this is over here on the left-hand side is our traditional territory in northern Mexico, and it goes up into Arizona, United States. My nation is on both sides, but these are areas where you can't even grow our traditional corn anymore. And what are the people going to do? That's the subsistence that is the basis of our food systems. Of course, the forest fires have been mentioned, and you've had a huge one there in recent years in Alberta, and these are increasing exponentially in these areas because of climate change and the bark beetle impact and the drying of forests. And in the Amazon basin, they're being actually set by settlers trying to get rid of the rainforest so that they can implement agricultural development there. Climate change causes forced migration. This is a village in Alaska falling into the ocean, and Tuvalu, Pacific Island community, they have no more fresh water left. They have to leave. The sea level has risen, and they have to import even drinking water, let alone farming water there. Our work at the UN Convention on Climate Change, a lot of it, many years we were protesting. This is just two places where they had the Conference of the Parties, where indigenous peoples were protesting our lack of participation there. In Copenhagen and Cancun, Mexico. Finally, at COP21, we had more than 200 indigenous peoples. Chief Bill Erasmus from Dene Nation. This is the Indigenous Caucus. These are some of us that were there from different regions. And this was a very important meeting because this actually set the legally binding standard that we're using now. Unfortunately, the United States pulled out of it last year, but we're hoping for something better here in the next election. One call that we had that was very strong, that we joined with the small island states and countries like the Pacific and the Caribbean, was to keep the goal of the temperature increase to no more than 1.5 degrees centigrade over pre-industrial levels. And different scientific studies have shown that at 2 degrees, indigenous peoples' ways of life around the world are in serious jeopardy. But in 2018, Francois Paulette, who we'll hear from next, was there with us when we heard this. They said that at the current rate of emissions back in 2018, already the temperature increase was 3 degrees. One thing we were able to get through our demonstrations and lobbying was, for the first time ever, not just in climate change, but any environmental convention at the UN, recognition of the rights of Indigenous peoples in the preamble. And this was hard fought language, I'll tell you that, but we were able to achieve it, you know, and now that's the basis. And when we talk about rights of Indigenous peoples, that's why I want to show you about the UN Declaration. What are the rights we're talking about that have been recognized by the UN? Those are the rights that are the minimum standard that have to be upheld in all agreements about climate change. But we also took our traditional knowledge as a basis of the way that we wanted to work. And we did an activity in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, with the chiefs and leaders there, as well as one with Assembly First Nations in Ottawa and several in the United States. And we got input through those tribal leaders of over 300,000 Indigenous individuals. And 96% affirmed that our own traditional knowledge can be useful in addressing or responding to climate change. And very important, this was actually written into the Paris Agreement. Recognized the need to strengthen the knowledge, technologies, practices, and efforts of local communities and Indigenous peoples related to addressing and responding to the climate change. So our rights to those practices are affirmed legally, in legally binding language by all of the states that have ratified the Paris Agreement. And it also talked about recognizing a way of sharing this knowledge, if we so choose, free, prior, informed consent, right, with others, including other Indigenous peoples. This is a seed sharing from South America and the Navajo Nation. They're sharing seeds because we always shared seeds. We had trade routes all the way up to Canada, all the way back down to South America, where we shared seeds and other kinds of methods. So we need to revitalize that again. This is just some meetings we had with the countries, with the states, including one in Ottawa, one in Bolivia, to talk about how are we going to implement this platform. There's Francois, he's in the Ottawa one. But more important, we sought out the input of Indigenous traditional food producers as we went through this process. And they maintained, just like the elders did in Northern Ontario at the Treaty 1 through 11 gathering, that we have to develop these processes with the full and equal participation of Indigenous peoples from all regions, especially our knowledge holders, our elders, our traditional food producers, in a manner that fully respects our rights, traditional Indigenous sciences, and the richness of our ancestral knowledge. This is from the Declaration of Tecpan, the third International Indigenous Peoples Corn Conference. Ron was there, and many other Indigenous peoples from throughout the world. And this was their position. So this is the position that International Indian Treaty Council took into these consultations. And we finally, this is the adoption of, at the 24th Conference of the Parties, of what's called the Local Communities Indigenous Peoples Platform, and the facilitative working group that was established to bring this platform about. This is countries and Indigenous peoples representatives together after the adoption. It was very historic that we will work together like that, especially if you look back and see that at COP21 and before that, we weren't even allowed in the negotiating room. Now we're there at the table, and these are the members from the Indigenous peoples of different regions and country representatives. This is also the first time in the history of the United Nations that we've been allowed to pick our own representatives to a UN body. We have Indigenous peoples experts at the UN Permanent Forum, at the UN Expert Mechanism on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but at the end of the day, say like for the Permanent Forum, the president of the UN Economic and Social Council from a country, from a state, does the final decision. This time, in each of our regions, we had a selection process. So I never really wanted to be an independent expert because I'm not independent. I work for my people. But I agreed to do this when the North America region, including treaties 1 through 11 and Assembly of First Nations in Canada, asked me if I would do that. This is the countries and the Indigenous representatives. Daly Sambo represents the Arctic region. You may know her. This was very important because we were actually able to get in the final resolution out of the Conference of the Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, a decision that this body would utilize the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples in its entirety. We've never gotten anything like that. Remember, this was a body where we couldn't even get in the room 3-4 years ago. So now we are a formal constituted body at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And our first priority in North America is seeing how we can bring together Indigenous knowledge holders from the Americas to talk to each other, to talk about how we used to trade and share with each other, and how we need to implement that again to be able to adapt to climate change. We have definitely ongoing challenges. This was the last Conference of the Parties, which is what COP means in UN talk. And these are some of the youth, including youth from Canada, that were opposing some of the discussions that were going on, especially around issues like carbon trading. And we were able to hold that back and not have a decision made until we can have one that has safeguards for our rights. So the role of youth is very important. These are youth from all the different regions in Madrid at COP25 last December. I want to end by just talking about some of the solutions from within our nations, because I really agree. And this latest crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, has showed us more than ever of how we need to rely on our own people's knowledge and our own methods for preparing for these disasters. Because if the governments come and step up and help us, that'll just be kind of, gravy on the mashed potatoes, or icing on the cake. But we can't rely on them. We know that now. We know that. And this is an example of seed sharing. This was a second International Indigenous Peoples Corn Conference. It was in Oklahoma. And it's Indigenous peoples from Guatemala, from Mexico, and Oklahoma trading seeds and sharing seeds. Because Indigenous peoples, say like the Hopis, that have corn, as my leaders say, that knows how to grow without hardly any water. They don't have any irrigation there. Many Indigenous peoples, like in my territories, I just showed you that in Mexico, where there's droughts caused by climate change now, we need those seeds. And some of them are our seeds. Our ancestors told us that we traded with them. We need to revitalize, that knowledge now. So we are revitalizing those trade routes. At the first corn conference in Mexico, a farmer, an indigenous farmer, brought some corn. These are not genetically modified corn. That GMOs undermine our traditional biodiversity and our ability to adapt. He brought corn seeds that grow in 40 days from planting to maturity, these little ears of corn. And everybody wanted to trade for those because our weather patterns are so unpredictable now. Rain, heat, all those things are coming when they didn't used to, and it's really hard to grow, and this will help our resiliency. This is a slide I think is important for you all. We worked in preparation for COP21 with the Intertribal Buffalo Council here in the US, more than 60 tribes that are revitalizing the buffalo that got deliberately slaughtered as an act of war by the US government. We all know this, to subdue the Plains tribes that they couldn't beat any other way. Custer's last stand, right? But it was really important because they're restoring the buffalo for a nutritional and also their spiritual importance. But we found out, that year in 2015, there was a blizzard, an early blizzard because of climate change in South Dakota, and 100,000 cattle died. The ranchers didn't have time to bring in the cattle to the barns. It was too early in the year. But you know how many buffalo died? 0, not one. They know how to adapt to that. So also because they're local, we're doing away with that carbon footprint and bringing in food from other places. And at least in the United States, they've shown how vulnerable the people working in the meat packing plants are. That was one of the first places that the COVID-19 spread. So it also brought up how fragile those industrialized, high-tech, travel a long way food systems are. Our local foods are going to be the best, not just for climate change, but for adaptation and preparation, for disasters. And Willie Littlechild wanted to make sure I mentioned the Buffalo Nations Treaty that includes Buffalo Nations in Canada and the United States, and bringing this as a basis, So I think this is important for you all to look at in terms of the same way that we're restoring our traditional corn seeds and planting methods. Our elders teaching our youth, this is Alaska, an Arctic food system where they don't plant or grow. Of course, they hunt and gather, and an elder is showing the kids in the tribal school, the Yanida'a tribal school in Chicaloon, how to gather wild roots, what they used to do, and also the differences of when you have to pick them and how to tell when they're safe to pick and eat, because things are changing and due to climate change there as well. Protecting our sacred places is also really key to our resiliency for our traditional medicines. But also this shows the Tule marshes in California. And one scientist told us that they absorb 10 times more carbon than a pine forest. But they're also where foods are gathered and also where sacred sites, the shell mounds, are located. And resisting fossil fuel development, this is Standing Rock, the water protectors. And we just had a big court victory here for DAPL. But one of the things that we've also seen is that due to COVID-19, Ron explained to us on one of our webinars, as well as our affiliates from the Dakotas, that laws are being passed now to kind of justify this development, using COVID-19 as an excuse to actually put laws that make it illegal to protest fossil fuel development. We need to see how these things are connected when we make our resiliency and disaster preparation plans. Of course, here's some examples of alternative energy projects, which I know you're doing up there as well. Wind power, solar power, done with the Indigenous peoples, free, prior, informed consent and ownership is really key. And this is important for what you're talking about now, creating tribal nation climate crisis strategic plans. This is a event that we had last year in South Dakota, where we brought together over 200 junior and senior high school students with 15 traditional knowledge holders. And based on that, the Rosebud Reservation and Sichango Treaty Council there began to develop a strategic plan, and they're calling it crisis strategic plan that includes restoration of traditional foods, disaster relief, and many other aspects of their traditional practices, as well as programs the tribe can put in place. So this is really important, and some tribes are doing it here in the United States, but not anywhere near enough. So I think this is what you're talking about at this meeting as well. Establishing Indigenous food sovereignty zones. This is one we established in Mexico and one in Hawaii, based on food sovereignty conferences there. And that means we claim control based on our treaties, based on our inherent rights of our food systems, and we can ourselves prohibit things like pesticides, genetically modified organisms, extractive industries, tourism, and other things that are undermining our traditional food systems. This is one of the things that one of our elders told us about 40 years ago. From the Dene or Navajo Nation, Roberta Blackgoat, she said, coal is the liver of Mother Earth. It has to stay in the ground so she can be healthy. And we came to realize she was talking about climate change, but also we need to look at that for the impacts of on our Indigenous peoples of climate change. And this is an example right here, and of COVID-19. This is the Navajo Generating Station coal-fired power plant. It just closed in 2019, mainly for economic reasons, not the ongoing protests of Indigenous peoples and the impact on sacred sites like Big Mountain there. But in looking at why the Navajo Nation was so impacted and is currently so impacted by COVID-19, one of the factors was the high rates of asthma in the community, including kids. They also were decided to be a national sacrifice zone along with the Pueblos in New Mexico for uranium development back in the 40s and 50s in the United States. And there's lots and lots of cases of intergenerational cancer, which also makes you more vulnerable. So this kind of contamination that is causing climate change also has made many of our nations more vulnerable to the impacts of COVID-19, including many deaths of elders who are the traditional knowledge holders and the language keepers. This, talking about community preparedness, this is the Navajo Hopi COVID Relief Project run by one of our staff, that's Janine Yazzie in front. And they found themselves, because of the loss of food sovereignty, needing to take a lot of food from town, from Gallup, to communities, to elders, to households. And so this kind of relief effort, I think, needs to be put in place as we talk about, okay, what is the next crisis going to be? How can we prepare for it? How can we be less dependent on bringing food in when we are the expert food producers as Indigenous peoples? Just to end, I just want to show you a couple more examples of how we're strengthening our resiliency, our food sovereignty, our food independence, and also the relationships between Indigenous peoples is really key, whether you're talking about just, regions, Treaty 6 or Treaty 1 through 11, or continental, as we used to work, through our trading routes. These are some of our young kids. This again is our land, about 10 miles from here. And they're learning how to talk to the plants. And I just want to tell you a quick story. When my husband's a traditional knowledge holder, he's a traditional healer. I think that's why we all got revived from having COVID-19. We use traditional medicines, steams for our lungs and all those things. But he's teaching these kids to talk to the plants. And I know you talk and sing to the buffalo and the elk and the deer before you harvest them and use them for food. I came back from the Ottawa consultation for the local communities, Indigenous Peoples platform. And I said, Indigenous peoples are really hesitant to talk about exchange or sharing our traditional knowledge because we know what'll happen. They're going to make a book about it. They're going to patent it. They're going to steal it. They're going to do their thesis, and he told me, you don't have to worry about that, because unless you're the one that can talk to the seeds and listen to the seeds and talk to the plants and listen to the plants, it won't work for them. They need us, and they're realizing that. And that's why they're putting us in there on this official basis. They're scared, and they know they need us. They can't do this on their own. So now we get to decide, okay, what do we want to share? Do we want to share anything? What are the criteria? What are the safeguards? We have to have free prior informed consent in there. We have to have respect for our knowledge in there. Before we agree to share anything. So this is just one example of the kids here learning how to talk and sing to that watermelon before they harvest it. And the picture on the right is some of our joining together to provide relief. This is Chris Honani. He's Hopi, but he works here in our office. He's a young man. He's taking seeds from the Tohono Nation up to share with the Navajos for, you know, their assistance for COVID-19. And I think this is what we're going to have to start to see, how we can make that part of our disaster relief plan, how we can go back to helping us, each other and helping ourselves that way. Joku Mutasia, thank you very much. Yeah.
Presentation. I don't see anybody asking questions, but it was a lot of information and very good information. Just wanted to make one little correction. You moved Ed Burnstick about 50 miles, I believe. He's from Paul First Nation. He was from Paul, not Alexander. So
I won't tell you who sent me that information right now. So I want to, I won't say.
So, yeah, just
okay. Thank you.
Took me way back, memories of a lot of those people that gave their supreme sacrifice for our people. One of the young men is sitting right here. Late Sam Bulla's son is here, Sam Jr. Really good to see him. Okay, thank you very much, Andrea. And we're going to take a little bit of a break, and maybe you can stay and listen to Francois also.
I would love to. I have one more thing to add. Crystal and Ron both has this PowerPoint. Please feel free to ask for it. Use it in your communities. You can edit it, take out slides that aren't important to you and add other ones. This information is for you all, and feel free to get a copy of this from Ron or Crystal on your sticks, memory sticks. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break, but Andrea, before I let you go, just say a couple of words, just a few words on the victory in Oklahoma. It's so important.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's very important. And on our website, which is iitc.org, you can see communication between Ron Lehman as our board president and the principal chief, David Hill, of the Muskogee Creek Nation. We had our treaty conference, our 40th year anniversary treaty conference there, as well as our second corn conference in 2014. So this was, actually, I was told, Ron, I'm not sure if you know this, that some of the planning and discussion for this lawsuit that they ended up taking to the Supreme Court took place there at our treaty conference, because it was a very controversial case. You know, the actual crime that was committed was not anything that was being defended, but the jurisdictional issue was the issue that the defendant in the case felt like he should not be being tried in state court as a tribal member. He should be tried in tribal court. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and they agreed that the treaty rights of the nations, which included not just Muskogee Creek, but Seminole, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, in all of eastern Oklahoma, had never been extinguished legally. And a lot of those tribes were forcibly moved on the Trail of Tears to that area with the promise that this territory would be theirs in perpetuity. They had treaty. And so now they're looking at how this is going to be implicated and how implemented and what the repercussions are. But basically, a fifth, the whole state of Oklahoma is now recognized as Indigenous Peoples' land, non-extinguished, under treaties. And it was the basis was a jurisdictional issue, but the implication is much broader than that. So I think we all, as treaty nations, can celebrate a victory, a very unexpected victory in the U.S. Supreme Court. We didn't think it was possible. So maybe it's just the first step on things to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back here in 10 minutes and listen to, we'll have a dialogue first of all, and then in a few minutes after that, we'll be listening to Elder Francois Paulette. So 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Elder Francois, for joining us. I'm Cam Alexis. You've seen me many times, vice versa. I used to be regional chief for AFN Alberta at one time. So Ron and I are co-chairing this one, so thank you. And what we're going to do is we're going to get started. We're going to ask a few people to come up at this session here and just give us some, real life testimonials. For example, what you've observed, what you've seen, what you'd like to see, perhaps, going forward. So we're going to ask Elder Eric Lehman from Beaver Lake Cree First Nations to come up first and just come share some of your wisdom with us, please, and just let everybody know, the elders that are coming forward, as well as I'm going to ask Josh Alexis from Dakota Stoney, as well as Crystal, to come up to say a few words as well, because they have been leading this for us, meaning TCVI. So thank you. And with that, please come up and you can stand right about here.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah. Menaskom now, gakyo, nuako makantik. I acknowledge all of you, my relatives. My name's Eric Lehman. I'm from the Beaver Lake Cree Nation. Some of the things here I want to talk about is things that I've lived through in my years on Mother Earth. We talk about these closures of our traditional access to our hunting grounds and our gathering of our medicines and our berries. I am one of those people that hunt. I've just recently started going back to picking medicines, because we hold a medicine camp in Beaver Lake, which is going to be coming up here in next week. And the berry picking is another thing. A lot of this stuff that's being taken away from us because a lot of closures are happening, with our lands where we go and pick and practice our culture. It bothers me a lot. But government has a way of manipulating their own system to work against us. And I hear of Biop Matsun, water of life. And I see that, I've seen it in the 62 years I've been around. Because of greed of oil and gas, our Mother Earth is suffering. The climate is hurting. Mother Earth is hurting. And she's going to fight back, and she already has. And I heard in one of the presentations, Laura Lines, who mentioned about the fire, the floods, and the drought. And in my years, I've seen this, and I see it happening now. There is drought. Our Mother Earth is drying up. She's starting to fight back with the fire. And now, just recently here, we've had these heavy rains, floods happening. She's cleansing herself. And I have to thank Elder Watchmaker for bringing that up. about the fire. And we got talking outside here at one of the breaks. And in just talking, you can see how Mother Earth, how she cleans herself. And because of a lot of things that are going on, I hope that industry, one of these days, and hopefully it's now, that they'll realize that if you are going to disturb her, do it properly. You know, the harder and the more you destroy, the harder she will fight back. And it's only we as people that are going to suffer. And I know Indigenous people are a very resilient people. We know how to live through stuff like this. Because hearing stories from knowledge keepers from way back that are passed on now, and I'm thankful for that knowledge that was passed on to me, that the things that they spoke about are actually happening today. And being resilient and knowing how to social distance, only now is government starting to realize what social distancing is. We knew about this years ago. When the pandemics, the flus came in, we knew how to stay away from one another at a safe distance. We didn't need to be told. And our teachings that have been passed down from our elders, you know, we knew how to survive, and we're still doing it today. And for myself, you know, I am very thankful that I've had people in my life that said things that may happen in the future. And I've always kept that in me, and I've always tried to pass that on to my grandchildren, my children, grandchildren. But we need to continue to do this, because we're the teachers now for future. And then I heard about our woman. Now that's another thing with me. I had a different view of this growing up. And then just going back and knowing me then and now, I understand how important women are in our lives. They're a giver of life. And we need to understand this. You know, because of the way we were trying to be changed, which they just about succeeded, but we found a way to come out of it. And in forums like this. Now, this is the kinds of things that reminds everyone what life is really all about. And with that, nanashkut now, hi.
Thank you, Elder Eric. Great to ask and hear from some of the testimonials. So if I can get Josh, would you like to add a few comments? and then Crystal, and then we'll get right to, we have about 10 minutes. And then we're going to get to our closing keynote speaker.
Hey, thank you, Cam. Hi, my name is Josh Alexis. I'm a former councilman and a member of the Alexis Dakota Sioux Nation. I was one of the technicians that was fortunate enough and blessed enough to help out. So I'm very grateful for that. So I just had some food for thought. One of the presentations I heard was food sovereignty. The other was medicines during the pandemic. I guess one of the questions I have for all of us, I guess, including our elders, knowledge holders, and some of our politicians that were in the room and some that may be on the stream, is due to the COVID, the COVID and the new bills passed by the Alberta government. I'm wondering if we will be charged if we gather our medicines or animals in certain places. It wasn't talked about. As you all know, certain medicines grow at certain times of the year, and in certain places. You can only get them at certain times in certain places. And because of the new bills that the government's pushed forward, I'm wondering if we were to go pick our medicines at those places, will we be charged? And will our members be charged? Because it's a pandemic and life is important. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed. It wasn't talked about, and I think it needs to be addressed. Just my food for thought. I'd like to say thank you to the elders. You know, my dad raised me around elders. My parents raised me around elders, so I'm very fortunate enough to be in a room with all of you guys. Made my day. It was great. It was a good day to be around elders. To the knowledge keepers as well. To the staff of the TCVI, thank you for allowing me to participate and help out in a forum. To the chairman and the co-chair, thank you for allowing me to be here, and you guys are doing an excellent job. And thank you to my colleague and Crystal Lehman, who did an excellent job in putting this together. And I was just, she was wearing the C on the power play, and I was just basically assistant captain. I was doing the grinder work, killing the penalties. She's on the power play, scoring the goals. So that's how I looked at it. So it was a good team. So I'm happy to be a part of it, and it was a good day. I'm glad that the project worked out the way it's supposed to work out, and things happen the way it's going to happen, and that's just how I look at it. So again, food for thought was on medicines. Will we be charged if we pick our medicines in certain places due to the pandemic as they grow in certain places? And that was all that I had. So thank you for everybody. Thank you. You made my day. Now I'm glad this project turned out the way the Creator meant it to turn out. Shnish. Hi.
I have to say that was by far the best analogy ever. And he scored the winning goal because we actually came into this forum with, we had some of the nations we were unable to get surveys for. And it just so happened those nations have elders and land users here. So we now have all of the collection of data that we needed. And that was thanks to him running around and and giving the surveys to you guys. So I appreciate that. So I just want to quickly add that I'm kind of having this thought around, it was kind of mentioned a few times around invasive species and the diseases that come with that is one thing we didn't really address, but the invasive species was brought up. And I was in Vancouver, I think it was in February. I was at the Canadian Climate Adaptation Conference. And I listened in on a presentation that was around research, in-depth research that's been done here in Canada on ticks and Lyme disease. And so one of the things that I learned about the ticks is that they are starting to, because they're actually mapping them now. They're mapping them and showing where where they are most invasive. And Alberta was one of the provinces, more specifically Treaty 8 and Treaty 6, were almost entirely protected from ticks. And we are now seeing a rise in the tick population in Alberta. And I know for some of you that are very active land users, you would understand why this is a concern for our people. And so when I heard this presentation, and then it was kind of brought up here generally today about the invasive species, is in thinking about invasive species and in thinking about the diseases that they bring, I think the kind of one step that we need to take this as people who have inherent and treaty rights and Indigenous rights and rights as human beings, is when we start thinking about how we have to adapt to, and we have to adapt our behaviors to mitigate, so to make less the risk of contracting those diseases from those invasive species. One thing we have to really start to question ourselves about, and that our leaders need to question, and our people that work within our institutions or organizations rather, is how having to adapt your behaviors to mitigate the risk of contracting those diseases, how that can be associated with further infringement on our inherent and treaty rights. That is actually an infringement of our rights. And so I think we have to take it that one step further. And I think finally, in again, the way that Josh expressed it was a really good way to express it. I feel so grateful and so thankful to have been asked to participate in this work. And you know, I contemplate and question sometimes why I get to do these things, and know that I try my very best when I'm asked to do this kind of work, to do it in the best way that I know how, and in the most respectful way that I know how. And so for that, I'm grateful. And I'm so grateful to be here and to see so many elders and land users. I'm really thankful. Nukumpan raised me, and I was blessed that way because I was raised on the land. And so I see this work that we're doing as a collective of our co-resistance. As Indigenous peoples, despite the clear imposition of attempts at elimination of our ways of knowing, being, and doing. So every day that we wake up and we do this work, and we honor and lift up our knowledge holders, our land users, our elders, our bundle carriers, and we continue on with the transmission of our knowledge. We're keeping alive, we're keeping our worldview and our knowledge systems alive by feeding that. And that in and of itself, you know, is the support for our people's resistance and our knowledge resurgence and revitalization. So with that, Excepitama, I'm thankful. Yeah.
Hey. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and we kind of saved the best for last. My good friend here, my hero when I was growing up. I want to introduce him. Francois Paulette is a Dennis Sutlini and member of the Smith's Landing First Nation, Treaty Number 8. Francois survived the residential school system before going on to become the youngest chief in the Northwest Territories Indian Brotherhood in 1971. In 1972, along with 16 other chiefs from the Mackenzie Valley, He challenged the Crown to recognize treaty rights and Aboriginal title over 450,000 square miles of land in the historic Paulette case. As chief negotiator for Smith's Landing First Nation, Francois worked diligently to conclude a treaty land entitlement agreement, which has proven to be of critical importance in protecting the Slave River from hydroelectric development. He remains a passionate and outspoken advocate of treaty and Indigenous rights in all matters affecting his people, and is recognized in the courts as an expert witness on historic treaties. Francois takes pride in maintaining his Denisutini language and traditional knowledge that derives from his close relationship with the land. He was one of the founding members of the Dene Cultural Institute and continues to serve as an interpreter of traditional knowledge and a facilitator of cross-cultural understanding. He is currently a member of the AFN Elders Council and serves as the elder lead on climate change in dialogue with Environment and Climate Change Canada on the development of traditional knowledge policy. Ultimately, however, his well-being and strength derives from a relationship with his family and his life on the ancestral lands of the Denisutini. So without any further delay, I want to turn it over to Francois. And why I say he's my hero is when I was growing up, I saw him traveling around with his elders, with his grandfather, and different ones that really blazed the trail for a lot of us that came after. So thank you very much, my friend. I'll turn it over to you. Hi, hi.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I just want to thank Crystal for inviting me to this very important meeting, and Ron Lehman. I just want to say for these two that I've seen them in meetings around the country, and particularly the UN meetings on climate change. And when I see our own people at these meetings, it makes me feel secure. It makes me feel that I'm not the only person out there. There are people like Ron, and I admire his work in the area of treaties. And now we have Crystal, that I've seen her at meetings, and her work as an Indian woman that understands the Indigenous knowledge of woman's strength and power, and she carries that with her, and I can see that. So I'm thankful for that. I just want to welcome you into my home. And I want to say that I live in the far north, and I live by a river, the Great Slave River. I have many grandchildren. I have boys and daughters, and my wife, Leslie, is a Mohawk from the Six Nation Indian Reserve, and her mother just recently passed on, and so therefore I couldn't really be part of your meeting. She came back, and I had to, in some ways, look after her with coffee in the morning and meals at night. So I'm thankful to be here. Yes, there's one word that in my language we use is Dinichaniel. Denechanya is a term in our language that presents the past of all the things and the knowledge that we've had from the beginning of time. And when I say the beginning of time, our history goes back, as our people say, that long before we could remember, we traveled the stars. And so that history is still with us, is still with me, and also the present, The present is quite different than what it was like 200 years ago. Presently, we are in a very unsettling times. And prophecies that our people have handed down through generations have prophesied this time that we are going through, that we are in right now. And this time that we are given an opportunity, what we call transition. We are in the transition. And I want to say that one thing, that when I was a young boy growing up and traveling about before I became a chief, I used to hear elders back in those days announcing and telling us young people to go back to our territory and all, go back to our reserves. Because we do not want to be caught in a disaster that's about to happen. I also remember one time I was traveling and this young man asked this elder, and it sometimes has to, about the question by the young man was, grandfather, what is sin? The grandfather immediately responded by saying, he said, son, the biggest sin that man can do is to abuse Mother Earth. That comment stayed with me. And so the future, as you must heard by your own elders in your communities, is this time to prepare. A time to look at the values and principles of our ancestors and to put in place of how we are going to survive in the future. And this is happening right at this very time, very moment. And when growing up and studied the Western thinking, why are they the way they are? And it only takes us back, and it takes me back to the time when Columbus came here. And their whole intent was to do away with who we are as a people, that we were subhuman to the European race. So therefore, our lands, our way of doing ceremonies, they had to Christianize us. And I'll just make a comment on the doctrine of discovery, the papal bull, and the domination of Western people that took place and what is still going on today. And we are coming at a point where people are being critical of their own history. So therefore, they're stepping forth and saying that there is racism all along their whole history. And about 3 or 4 years ago, there was a Supreme Court judge, and her name was Justice McLaughlin. And she made this overture, I think, and she made this announcement in Edmonton. And after she had resigned, she made the statement that there is such a thing, and Canada's whole agenda was based on cultural genocide. And that's the first time I've ever heard somebody of that caliber make that statement. So, in our knowledge, traditional knowledge, Nirutinichanya, is a source of information. It's all in us. It's with us. It's in our spirit, in our heart, our mind, our bodies. And one thing that we have is that our knowledge, what we make reference to traditional knowledge is infinite. And Western knowledge has its shortcomings. Western knowledge has made so many mistakes. I just heard an elder say that about how they treat Mother Earth and how they look after water. And they don't have any common sense that we cannot continue to abuse the earth. And this is where indigenous people, we need to begin to develop our own history. So we need to go back and begin to make land use plan, and I just heard a mention of it, of how to prepare based on our traditional knowledge. And there are things that we can do. Food security. I live in a part of a world that's where we have buffalo. And there is a decline of buffaloes in our territory. Vast decline. So, and climate change is also impacting buffaloes. Because, we looked in this winter time, sometimes it rains in December. So where their feeding ground is, they're hard to get to their what we call the flat grass, that grass that really makes them strong. And so I go out just north of here hunting buffalo, and in the last 2 years haven't been seeing too many buffaloes. And also same with the moose. But I just want to go back to the buffalo. The buffalo, for us indigenous people, he is the most highest form of a spiritual on 4 legs. He provides us for everything that we use spiritually, first and foremost. And we depend on the buffalo in that way for his medicine. He has medicine that surpasses other medicines in that 4-legged kingdom. And the food is the buffalo, like Cher's buffalo meat. And the buffalo hides that we collect are used for offerings, for ceremonies, etc. So, as for the first time, my First Nation that I belong to are starting to accept the fact that we are going to have to maybe corral buffaloes. And we bring these buffaloes, we would get them from Elk Island National Park, just outside of Edmonton. And we would have to corral them. So we're going to do studies on how much it's going to cost for a fencing area. But that would be the biggest cost. So another thing is putting away food for a period of time. Because in these prophecies that has been said is that people are going to migrate north to find refuge in this part of the world. Great Slave Lake, and particularly Great Bear Lake, have abundance of fish. So these people are going to be going there. And there was a prophecy amongst my people when we signed treaties here in 1899, is that there was an elder that lived at the time and prophesied. He says there is going to be these bearded people, white-skinned people going to come into our country. They are going to be looking for 2 things. Klestoa, meaning oil, and Tesomba, meaning gold. They're going to be looking for these 2 things. And they're going to get rich off these 2 things, and they're going to leave. But they are going to return not too long after. They're going to be returning, and they're going to have tears in their eyes. And they're going to be looking for 2 things: food and water. So these prophecies are in line with what is happening now. And so we need to prepare our people to Do not be afraid to put in your context your traditional knowledge. Knowledge of who you are as a people, but you do not have to share this with the government because that's what you want. But for your young people, people need to go back to a document that outlines some of their history, their spiritual laws, the environmental laws, your system of government. We've always had consensus government. And of course, our economy of trade, and so on. This whole area at one time was big for trapping. We could never go back to that. Trapping is a colonial system that we fell into. My people fell into that. And now there's not too many furs around because we helped the white man abuse the earth. So we pay for that to some degree. So the other thing I was going to say is this food shelter. Your cultural food shelter of putting food away. And we are told in our prophecies, and people in the South are told that they need to put food away for up to 2 years. And I've heard other people say a little longer than that. But to put food away for up to 2 years. So, how are we going to do that? When this pandemic hit, well, the first thing that the white people start putting away is toilet paper. You can't eat toilet paper. But they start to hoard. Hoarding becomes part of that. And I hear where in the store, in the food store, where they're buying food, like this family bought all the meat. That's hoarding. So we gotta be conscious about that. And Crystal mentioned adaptation, mitigation. And the term mitigate from white man's thinking is to lessen the impact. It's like dying a slow death. But for people, our people, and the time we're in, right in this time, and we are told that we must turn to our ceremonies, that we return to, if people do swadlodge, that you have Thanksgiving swadlodges, that we must do that more often than required. We have to turn to ceremonies. Up here people do feeding the fire ceremony, where they invite in the ancestors. And we're thankful for them for giving us the spiritual strength and the freedom that we have through giving us water, food, etc. And that's why each time we have a feast And I imagine everyone does the same thing, is that we prepare a bun or a dish, and we put that somewhere in a bush for the grandfathers. So we acknowledge them. This spring here, when the thunderers came, we are taught that we must make an offering. So what we do is we make an offering of cedar, sweetgrass, or sage. And we thank the thunderbirds for being back. So these are protocols that we live by, and we must return to them in everything that we do. My boys, the people I belong to, they travel this river. They are to give a pinch of tobacco or a little bit of food to the water for safe travel, for a safe journey, so nothing happens to us. We have so many protocols that is part of our traditional knowledge, traditional way of living. We must begin to record all of those. Here where I live, I'm fortunate that we have 2 types of sage and we have sweetgrass. So people, I'm asked now, when you're going to go pick sweetgrass, people will come. In the rapids here, we have about 16 miles of rapids. And the first set of rapids, it's right and not too far from where I am, and there's a lot of food. When I say food, I'm talking about moose, deer, a lot of beavers, a lot of different kind of birds, but more so also medicine. We have many medicines. We have also one tea that we drink constantly is peppermint tea, and that's harvested. And soon we will harvest berries, lots of different kind of berries. We have because of this extra rain that we are getting. It's the berries are getting more and more blueberries, cranberries, other different kinds of berries. So we go there and harvest it. And this year, it's been kind of different because we've been having so much water, so much rain. The river, we're now July. The river, since it broke up in the first part of May, has been high. It hasn't gone down. There's been drift logs floating down that river. Huge trees. It makes it difficult for us to navigate. But more so, the fish that are looking to navigate the river, it's different for them because the water is not as clean as it used to be. So the beavers that are wanting to build their homes along the river, you can't really do it. And also the muskrat. Between the muskrat and the beaver, there's more beaver in the river. Muskrat is right down. I'm happy when I see a muskrat on the river. But muskrat is more, they don't have the same medicine as the beaver. The beaver has more medicine, so he's capable of increasing the population, not the muskrat. So just think about it that the river, when it floods, right now we're in a flood, like we're in a flood zone. So everything along the river is taken out. So the fish right now can find their little rivers, but by the fall, the water goes right down and it's different. Yeah, everything is what we call unbalanced. It is unbalanced. But we must take control of our traditional knowledge, our Dinachanya. Because our Dinachanya, our traditional knowledge, is being sought after. I know that the Alberta government don't acknowledge traditional knowledge. They have some crazy thoughts about oil and gas. But there are other governments that acknowledge traditional knowledge, but they want to buy it from you. And we already sold a lot of things from who we are. Why should we sell this traditional knowledge? It's for our people. We need to put that together. And we can do that because we are being traditional knowledge is recognized, Ron and Crystal, through the Paris Agreement. Those articles of traditional knowledge supports and recognizes traditional knowledge. The UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples, to some degree, Section 35, when they acknowledge treaties, they acknowledge traditional knowledge. So, I want to say something about adaptation. We come to a point in our history. Where we've been always being told to adapt. Right from the day I went to start to go into school as a young kid, child taken away from my family at the age of 6 years old here. And I had to learn a whole different way of, first and foremost, praying. My whole language was practically taken away from me. And I had to learn to adapt. You know, I studied, I can't say I studied the Bible, but when I came upon, they tried to teach you the 10 Commandments. And when I came upon, at a young age, I came upon the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not steal. And I looked at this and I was wondering, what the hell? Thou shalt not steal. He stole me away from my parents. He now took away my moccasins. They took away my hair, the way I used to pray. Yeah, after that, I never really looked at the Bible because it led to where we are today. And because domination for them is powerful. All their laws, their rules come from the doctrine of discovery. And it's where we're at as now we are in this pandemic, this sickness. But the Creator, the grandfathers, put this in order for us to prepare. We are given this time for a transition period. So we shouldn't be afraid to tap into what government may have to offer, like in climate change, adaptation, and so on. Those are just monies to give us a little something to move ahead. And adaptation at the end, we have to tell the Western people that they are going to have to shift their thinking, that they are going to have to adapt. They are going to have to adapt to the way the Creator put the laws down, spiritually, environmentally. That's what they're going to have to adapt to. Like for us, indigenous people, to reconcile with our fellow man, but more so to reconcile with Mother Earth, with the water. So each time when we travel on the river, we give an offering. That's a form of also not just thanks, but also reconcile. Pity me. I'm a nobody. But now, the Western people are suffering because of their stupidity, their greed. I want to say that it is not a coincidence. A number of years ago, Slave Lake, half of the town, well, there was a forest fire. They're just about burnt the town down. Fort McMurray, that's about 3 years ago. Last year, high level. These 3 towns are fossil fuel towns. Their whole life is around fossil fuel, taking fossil fuel out of the ground. So if they haven't really seen that dishonor that they did to the earth, but they're very fortunate that their whole town didn't burn down. So we are told, and I go back to this prayer, Thanksgiving. These ceremonies where we are thankful, the Creator spares us. So sometimes fires, we are protected. And the fires will go around us or they'll somewhere else. And so our people in this emergency measures, we talk about emergency measures. Federal government, AFN, people now are talking about emergency plan. We can start putting the plan together. Our First Nation here is starting to do that. The community plan, the water plan, all the trees, the protection of our lands, and more so our protection of the people. I live down here, and I got an excavator. I got a slough down here. The excavator dug out a huge, like kind of a pond. Now all the water collected there, just in case there's a fire. So I can protect this home. And our people are starting to think like that. They are starting to put these big reservoir tanks all over the place, and they put water so they can fight fire just in case it comes. We have a lot of water, but we got to plan. And sometime we got to plan with the white people, the town, because there is buffer zones, there are cross-border. Like right now, just an example, our First Nation, when we go to the border here, I live on the Alberta side. But the border, when I cross the border, there are three kind of cards that people are given. Us people were given a green card. Well, in the South, in the States, that's our work card, our. But a green card is for First Nation, we just go back and forth. But they are trying to keep away from people from Fort Chip and McMurray from coming here. And that's why they have that checkpoint. In our First Nation, because as soon as they cross the border, they're into our homeland, we work with them. Our First Nations people there are checking people in and out of going out of that town. So there is a lot of work that we need to do. But I think the end of I just wanted to say to all of you that we got to return to what our prophecy said. We got to turn to preparing for what is yet to come. And that's just around the corner. So, and we're given this time to go back to the land. Right now, our First Nation in the wintertime, we go back to the land to fish, be in the cultural camp for the young people. So that is what we are engaged in. So I want to thank you all for this time that you've given me. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm thankful for that. So I think I've been asked to do a closing ceremony, but that's what I want to say for this whole time that you've given me. Masi Cho.
Masi Cho. Thank you, Elder Francois. Miwasan, Ishnish in my language, Masicho in your language. It's great to hear your beautiful presentation. We've heard it a few times in other places, but there's always a different spin to it, and it's really enjoyable to hear that what's going on in your traditional territory. I've been up there; it's a beautiful country, and they too have problems, I guess, with the buffalo up there, because if you go to the Alberta side, like the elder said, if you go further south in the high level areas, some of the herds have anthrax. So they really got to watch the herds. They don't contaminate each other, so to speak. And I was up there in high level, and there's actually, I touched on it earlier, the land sales that happens in Calgary every year. So by large, the provincial government sells the crown land, which we call disputed lands in our culture, to municipalities. Municipalities in turn sell it to local farmers or industry, and they bulldoze it down and they drain the swamps. I hate to use Donald Trump's quotes, but they drain the swamps. That's why it becomes very dry there, and what happens is the boreal forest burns rapidly. So thank you. So, today we've had some excellent presentations, excellent knowledge that's shared to all of you. I know every presenter is available to come and speak to all of you in your own time, in your own way. And that is your decision as time progresses. What we wanted to do is offer the presentations to keep you perhaps inspired and up to date on what actually is going on as well. Because we learned from all of them that there's always a different spin on many different things, whether it's municipal, provincial, federal, or international, you got a flavor of everything that's going on across the globe, so to speak. In essence, the bottom line is a survival of the globe. That's really what it comes down to. And I touched on it earlier. Nobody is immune, whether you think you are or not, nobody's immune. So here in Alberta, and there's a few things, you know, Bill 1, for example, is a concern. It was touched on. Bill 16 is another situation that we have to concentrate on. And Bill 10, but Bill 16 I used as, that's the Grazing Pasture Act, it's called, and I could have simplified that a little bit. However, the point is, there's over 1 million acres of land or hectares at stake, and yet Indigenous people, especially the treaty people of 6, 7, 8, were not consulted. Yet that act is already passed by the UCP government. In there they say it's not going to infringe or impact Indigenous or treaty rights. However, I can tell you this, we had an elder from Kihiwan approach us already, and we did a letter of intervention, lobbying, I guess, if you will. Where it goes, I mean, we don't know. The Alberta government will give you a simple letter of response saying they've acknowledged. The point is, the elder has a trap line in the grazing pasture, and now he has to get approval from the rancher to go through and open that gate. And the elder did not get approval from the rancher. So who is supposed to intervene here? So now you can't hunt, can't fish, you can't trap, or you can't pick herbs. And that's Bill 16. And I'm just referencing a few things, and I'm not anti-UCP by any means, I'm not. But I am, just like all of you here in the room, if not all of you, I'm a strong proponent of the treaties, treaty rights, and Treaty 6. We have to defend what is ours, and to this day, this is what we have to look after. We share it, no doubt. Sharing in the eyes of whose beholder is an interpretation. At the end of the day, the Creator does not give you a piece of paper saying you own the land. It's innate, inherent. So I wanted to touch on those things, and before I close off, I'm actually going to ask perhaps if I can ask Crystal, Josh, and Ron to come up, please. And on behalf of the Tribal Chiefs Board of Chiefs, the council members, the citizens of the Six Nations, we want to humbly thank all of you for your valuable participation today and yesterday and tomorrow, for helping us and the elders understand what is going on today, and continue our interventions, I guess, if you will, in all realms of society. So with that, Deb, if I could, Ron, on behalf of the Tribal Chiefs Ventures, we want to give you this blanket for token of our appreciation for your efforts, being the chair of the UN committee that you've been placed on. And Crystal, thank you very much. We're going to give you a small token of our appreciation for helping us through this process, and Josh as well. So with that, hi, appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I will now turn the mic to my co-chair, who will close off the day. And tomorrow, we're going to weave into a separate segue. And what I mean by that is we're going to talk about economics and industry tomorrow. And how can we work together? How can we interweave to sustain survival? I guess that's what it comes down to. Because we have to humbly respect some nations are, if not all of you, are in business. And how do we work together to keep the weaving going? Thank you. Hi.
Hey, thank you. And we're going to do this part in two parts. First of all, my friend Francois is going to do a ceremony for us. And then our elder from Frog Lake is going to do a traveling prayer for us so that people can get back home safely and in a good way. So I'll turn it over to you, my friend. You're muted. You can turn on.
Okay. Thank you so much to all of you and all the knowledge holders and all the traditional people that care for the land, the waters, the lives of our children into the future. It's an honor to be part of this. I lit a sage through my prayer here. So this prayer, this sage sends to all of you. I'm going to say this prayer in my own language. And I ask you all also just to pray in the best way that we all know how, and to be thankful for everything that we do. Ate apetare, John Norris Casey, can his own must Norris. Noni tanatai plesi, but nagat a hunt a seat at I see, nor than a chani a sea hunt a sea, banani tea hunt o your right hunt. Rayona need a hot on sea, or ni it shade. It is a tesi, you must see Norris. Unique a pause hunt or night tesi. Why you see Danny, you see, hunt a sea, banana stra hunt or a skater. The diet is a CCD to see Nelete, to get that right there. I see, but Danny show what the deposit, it must be no see, don't see. When it in a type see, unique and night see. But then it's on it, had all, it can also tell what owners kid. And it's our TSE. Two, it all must you never seen. Three saw at all city, must you never seen. Three kiddos out is city, must you never seen. I don't see a donation city. But I see, no sure you see it. That the city must you never seen. Don't the Shinra see cheating city, must you never seen, but I just want to give thanks for everything that we do spiritually. That our mind is always around our spiritual thought, our spiritual thinking, our spiritual knowledge. I'm very thankful for that. And that how we look upon the earth, the environment, that we're always thinking about how to protect and live with the environment and how to preserve her. So she continues to serve what she is supposed to do, and that we are there to look after her. So the womankind that holds and extend the power of Mother Earth, that they too be given the strength and the power to continue their work. I want to thank all the leaders, the knowledge holders, for their participation in this little strong event that we have been asked to be part of. And also that all the things that we do in spirit, heart, and mind and body, that there's always balance, and that we continue the teachings of our ancestors and abide by the laws that have been handed down by the Creator. So I want to thank you all, each and one of you, for being part of this. Thank you. Masi Cho.
Hi, Masi Cho, thank you very much. How, John, Astam? Puchi Ukto, Kia. He's gonna just say his prayer from where he is. Aho.